Oh, we're so back. Ah. Hello, hello. Oh, good. Big problem. That says Umineko episode 6. I also haven't updated my what's up in a while. Probably change that. It's all good. We got the usual. Gonna do some dolls while people roll in. I started a little early today, so we can take our time on these. Vandal, 1983, 183 a milli. I did notice this looking at it. There's electric guitar 1 and 2 and electric guitar 3. There's a lot of electric guitar in this. This is probably gonna be like Rock You Like a Hurricane or something. I actually kind of want to guess Rock You Like a Hurricane on the first one. Okay, that would have been crazy. And a lot of electric guitar. Oh, this is some ass rock. Oh, what is that? This is a black magic woman. There's no way. No. This is like, get a limit. Push the limit. This almost sounds like Rob Thomas and Santana Smooth, but it is definitely not, because that did not come out in 1983. Trying to even like narrow in on like what band this might be. Sounds like freaking theme to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. All I can get is, what's that? Or else forget about it. That's definitely not that. I'm just gonna give me Santana Smooth featuring Rob Thomas. It's definitely not that. Is this Push It to the Limit? No, it can't be Push It to the Limit. Oh, this is gonna kill me. I mean, we have till 5 to make par, so. Suffragette state. The difficulty, it ties directly to the par. Despacito. What the frick is this? I know this song. Oh my god. Suffragette City? Suffragette. No. It's like working for the... Working for the... Yo, I spent a few weeks watching Umineko read. It's really good, having both a smart reader and someone who engages with the story. Also having concrete, no backseating, and no hinting, as well as some good shit. Because it's real easy for a streamer to be influenced by their chat. Thank you. I saw that you followed earlier today. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, we're starting episode 7 today, so feeling pretty good about this. Still lost as heck. I also appreciate that you called me smart. Thank you. What is this song? Is this Capital City? Give me all of your affection. Give me all your love and whatever, dude. Well, I love the quick reads. Hopefully you don't burn out. I am not even close to burnt out. I don't even know the meaning of the word burnout. Play 9 bonus rounds? No thanks. Okay, Riddle. Bark. Askew, that's a horrible guess. And... Elent year, yes, masts, and goes you west. The E. Yeah. E. Does not have an A in it. This Vista. Isa, Diza, Niza, Giza, Lisa, Oisa, SXA. I'm so bad at this. Lish. This. Yeah. Nausea? No. Words are hard. Bourgeois. Not AIS, right? Bonjour. Yes, of course. French word, hordel. Floundering. Vista? So the A, it's ISA. N. Wisan. Desan. Oh, wait. No. Okay, we just need to... I just need to do a word that has a lot of the other letters. I hate solving it this way, but I don't know how else to solve this. There's an L, and it ends in E. Algae. Nope. What am I talking about? Aisle. Okay. I was like, no word in the starts with AIS. What we got there? Oh, bug flying, butterfree. Yeah, we got there. We got there. Alola flying. Zapdos. No, it's always Zapdos Galar. Pidgey. Alolan. Here. Middle evolution flying. You already know what it is. It's the Pidgeotto. Middle evolution ice. Oh, we need a 3-stage ice? There's Snorunt. And then that turns into... Not Gallade. It turns into, like, Galar. Snorunt turns into the something in the middle. We'll come back to that. Fairy middle evolution. Give me a Clefairy. Yeah, that counts. Alola bird. I thought I was close, you know? Bug ice. Chili bug. Fairy bug. I don't know about this one. Could you be a twinkle? Twinkle. Oh, Tinkatuff is gonna... Oh, we already have a fairy middle evolution. Alola fairy, Tinkaton. Sure. Middle evolution ice. Okay, what do we got? We got ice on your fingers. Your toes are now your toys. Can I help with ice mid? I got this. Trust and believe. Ice Pokemon. Ice baby. Too cold. We got ice to meet you. Why do I know none ice type? Well, I know a few ice types, but they're all like 2-stage. 3-stage ice. 3-stage ice. Ice. The Sneasler, though? Sneeze? Is that another level of Sneeze? Does that make Sneasel a middle evolution? I give up. Sneasler. Line. Toucannon, of course. I could have gotten this one, Ninetales Alola, because it has Alola in the name. Me when my nose is itchy. Crabominable? That's the teacher from The Simpsons, right? Least common. Sandslash. Mr. Mime Galar is a middle evolution ice. Okay. Sure. Meryl is fairy type? Don't be it. Okay. Nerdle me. 12 plus 34 equals 46. Great. We got nothing here. It's not a plus equation, though. So how about 32? Whoops, why did I... Hello? 32 times... 5 equals 160. Hello? What's happening? Okay, it is multiplication. Equals 100 and something. So we haven't used... Let's go... And it's 100 and something. So maybe it's... So it can't be 80 or 90 because it's not times 2. Actually, we don't know that it's not times 2 because we used the 2. So actually, I think it's like 82 times 2 equals... Can't be that. It can't be 82 times 2. So actually, we know it's not times 2 either. Because there's no 4. And if it was something 2 times 2, it would be something with 4 at the end. There's no way for it not to be. So it can't be times 3 because there's no 6. It can't be times... We know it's not times 4, so there's no 8. So it has to be times 9. No. Sorry, I'm doing this a little wrong. 102. So maybe it's times 1? No, it can't be times 1 because it's 3 digits. So... Not times 5, not times 6. So it's times 7. But that would put a 4 at the end. So it can't be times 7. Can't be times 8. So it's got to be times 9. And we haven't tried times 8 yet. This is times 9. So it has to be 22 times 9. Which is 198. Wait, did I do that wrong? 22 times 9 is 198. Oh, yeah. That was a cool one. Loldo. All right, give me Vladimir, who I really hope gets added to 2XKO. All right, male, middle top, part human, released after 2010. So middle or top, released after 2010, uses a different resource than Bloodthirst. Vlad's actually kind of a bad guess, because it's like in Guess Who, when you say, do they have a mustache? And it's like, yeah, then it narrows it down a lot, but if it's no, you only lose like 4 people. Let's do then a middle or a top that's male. How about, and that doesn't, or we don't know that they don't jungle. How about Echo? Okay, so they are top, and they are not jungle. So top laner, melee, male, that doesn't use mana or Bloodthirst. That was released after 2015.
If Akali gets in, I might consider trying LOL again.
Ooh, Akali would be a really cool ad. Sabarnik, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime. 3 months in a row. I appreciate you. There's a lot of people who you can spend that prime on, and spending it on me is a huge honor. So welcome back to the tournament staff. Doesn't use mana. Doesn't use Bloodthirst, which is only Vlad. Is male, is melee, is a top laner, released after 2015. That's the hard part. Released after 20... Is it... How about like a Gnar? No, they're human. They're human and something. They're human and something, and they're melee and male and a top laner. I can figure this out. I can get this in one. Melee, male, top laner. Doesn't use a traditional resource. Or doesn't use mana, I should say. Human and something. Human and something is kind of weird. Released after 2015. Just need to look at some names. Get the juices flowing. Renekton's a pretty good guess. No, he's not human. Tom Kench uses mana. Is it the Spinny Greatsword? I thought Garen. Garen's a good guess, but he was definitely released before 2015. We'll find it. Top laner that can't jungle is kind of surprising. Jace uses mana. Does Mundo count? Because he... Oh, he's not from Zon, so that doesn't work. Set. Nailed it. I would burn the cosmos to catch Targon in the flames. Burn the cosmos to set Targon. Kale. Morjana. Are they even from Targon? Tiana? Nope. I would burn the cosmos to catch Targon in the flames. Let's get a voice. Acidin? Aurelian? I would have never got that. A Milani. God, who cares? I don't care. I don't know. Is this also Aurelian Soul? That would be funny. Some vortex. Yeah, I thought that might be Aurelian, but it's some vortex. Acidin. Give me some color. Is that Hui? I don't know. I give up. Here, give me a name. Give me a name clue. Starlight's Touch. Baraka? Diana? Stars? Karma? He's not even in this. GG's? Zoe makes sense. What? This can be passives too. La 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 la. Don't know. Can I just give up? I don't want to take infinite on this. Now I'm like tilted that I can't find it. Blue. Arc. Ah. That's easy. Almost. Cloud, Jana. Cloud Gun. Cloud Gun? Cloud Gun Rock. Cloud Gun Rock Smoge. Flash. If I don't get it immediately, I'm leaving. Nocturne. Fresh. This. Oriana. I would have never guessed that. Hog. Alright, connections. Dinosaur, Amethyst, Paleontologist, Grimace, Amber, Eggplant, Lavender, Purple. Okay, what? Amber isn't purple? Oh. Dinosaur, Amber, Mosquito, Pearl, fossilized things. Nugget, pearl, tidbit, kernel, tiny things. Bits of wisdom. Why do I feel like paleontologist is a bait here? Maybe. Because dinosaur amber mosquito is like fossilized things. Oh, buried things? How about fortune mint bundle? Pile? Oh, come on. Evan. Balding at connections once again. Mini crossword. You're slaying to a drag queen. Yes. Same here. Pipe or pump instrument. Run away from the scene. Fled. Things often skipped while listening to podcasts. Ads. New York. Something that published the word. A cube has 12 of them. Angle. Angie's. It's not yes, is it? The Beatles sang about a long and winding one. Road. Family members collectively. That's probably kin. Place for a couch potato. Sofa. Same here. Pipe or pump instrument. Organ. New York. World? Work. Yes. Cube has 12 of them. What did I do? What am I doing wrong here? Orange. Faces is a correct answer. Yeah, I know I'm wrong. It's not. Why can I correct one of your answers? You may. Is so foy wrong? Edges. Aha. Yeah, it's work. This puzzle is whack. Yes, personally. 2010, Disney. Second week out. Disney 2010. Wally? Disney 2010. Ralph? Yeah, I didn't do my RuPaul homework. Remember high school? 2010 wasn't high school. 2010 was college for me. I was 2 years out of high school in 2010, not to date myself, but let's see. Tom Hanks. This isn't the 9/11 movie, is it? What's that? Not Turning Red, to be fair. What's that movie? Incredibly Loud and Incredibly Close. Was that even Disney? Is that even a 9/11 movie? It is, right? No toy gets left behind. Oh, go fuck yourself. Sony Pictures, 40 mil, first week, 2010 with Adam Sandler. 2010? This is Jack and Jill. Literally like the only Tom Hanks Disney movie. You're so right. I forgot he was Woody. Boys will be boys, some longer than others. This is grown-ups. And I probably should have been able to guess that. 20 mil. What? 20th Century Fox. Tom Cruise. Mission Impossible. Ghost Protocol. Every hitman deserves a second shot. Cameron Diaz. Tom Cruise. A fugitive couple goes on a glamorous and sometimes deadly adventure where nothing, even themselves, are what they seem. Is this... This is like Spy Honeymoon something, right? Night and Day. I remember this shit. Sony Pictures. Jaden Smith. There's only one movie. Because it's not a Neo Yokio Christmas special. I can tell you that much. He got top billing in this? Disgusting. Disgusting. 20th Century Fox. Liam Neeson. 2010. Is this Taken? Taken 2? There is no plan B. The A-Team. I'm surprised he has top billing in this and not Braddock Cooper. Okay, not bad. What do we get? 520. Is that good? How can you tell how you did? Oh, because we just completely botched one. I guess we don't get a score. You got 38th percentile. Where's that? Oh, it popped up after you're right. Here. Framed. Apocalypse Now. Oh, this is the movie about the making of Apocalypse Now. What is the name of that? It's called like Shit Show or something. Oh my god, what was that movie? I don't know the name of it, but it's the movie about the making of Apocalypse Now. I'm pretty sure. It's not that. What is this movie? I've never heard of this movie. 2020. Spike Lee. NL got that on 3. NL knows every movie, though, so it's not even fair. It's not fair. He knows every movie. He was probably like, oh, this is that one movie. I saw a trailer for this. The Five Guys. Oh, The Five Bloods. Got it. Act like you know. Daily doesn't. Drafted. My freaking auto prompt guesses are so stupid. Not drafted 29th overall for Ohio State. This 7 times Pro Bowler skibbidied his entire career with the Jets. Wait. Myrtle? Oh yeah, we're gonna do Myrtle next. Yeah. Myrtle is my favorite lead into Umineko. We've got, this is Joe Jabrone, right? College football, this ACC school went 10-3. ACDC, Ohio. Smoosh Parker is best known for his tenure as the starting point guard of this Western Conference. Western. San Antonio, which is in Texas. I'm not going to guess that far off. LA guys. We nailed it. Retail and shopping. Henry Robert was a chemist and perfumer who notably held the role of chief perfumer for this famous French fashion brand, Chanel. Let's go. Oh, this is Zuckerberg. And Brad Pitt. Yes. That hair can belong to no other. Chain restaurants. Coming in multiple varieties. The Croissant Witch, that's BK. Despite polarizing reviews, Ginny and Georgie has been streaming hit for the streaming platform since its debut in 2021. Hey Gigas, how's it going? Ginny and Georgia. Harry Potter. I just always say Peacock. No, it's probably Max. Movies. Seth Rogen played the lead character in the superhero comedy that also starred Cameron. Oh, we just had this. This is the Green Hornet. Music. The famous Europop group had hits like Dancing Queen, Take a Oh, come on. I mean, give me something. I'm done. Netflix. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. All right, Myrtle. Myrtle is the perfect lead-in to Umineko. So we have a small Myrtle today. So we have Comrade Champagne, Brother Brownstone, and Uncle Midnight. Weapons are a pair of leather gloves, a wine bottle, and a string of prayer beads. The locations are the Neve, the front steps, the bell tower. The second tallest suspect never set foot in the bell tower. Uncle Midnight never set foot in the bell tower. The suspect with the wine bottle also had brown eyes. So, Brother Brownstone had the wine bottle. Then, while holding his notebook, he took the statements of the three suspects, knowing the innocent would always tell the truth while the... Oh, I like this when they do this. Innocent always tells the truth, guilty always lies. Comrade Champagne, I was on the front steps. So if we assume that's true, these two would be lying. In the name of God, Comrade Champagne brought a string of prayer beads. So they would be lying. So it would be here, 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 here. Does that create a contradiction? Hey now, a pair of leather gloves was in the nave. Leather gloves would have been on the front step. So this would have also been a lie. So if this is true... Wait. Did I do that wrong? Hold on. I think I did that backwards. Not in the bell tower. And you. Is this mimic logic dull? Yes. Oh, you're saying it is. Yes, it is. I was on the front steps. If that's true... If you were on the front steps, you would be lying. So you would have had a string of prayer beads. And a pair of leather gloves would have been in the nave. Which would have been you in the nave. Which checks out. Wait, no. A pair of leather gloves was not in the nave. Is what that would mean. Because he'd be lying. Pair of leather gloves not in the nave. But that doesn't... That's not possible. Comrade Champagne cannot be telling the truth. I believe it creates a contradiction. Comrade Champagne is telling the truth, and he was on the front step. Brother Brownstone would be saying Comrade Champagne did not have the prayer bead, which means he had to have this. Which means this guy had this. Okay, this does work, right? A pair of leather gloves was in the nave. The pair of leather gloves, that's correct. It would have been here. So actually, he can be telling the truth. It does not create a contradiction. Let's say this guy's telling the truth. In the name of God, Comrade Champagne brought a string of prayer beads. So that would be this. That's if this guy's telling the truth. That means he's lying. So he's not on the front step. And he's lying, which means the pair of leather gloves was not in the nave. Which means this is here. And then we get nothing. Armored Champagne brought a string of prayer beads. And then a pair of leather gloves was not in the nave. Means this buddy was not in the nave. And Buddy was on the front steps, which means he's lying. He was not on the front steps. And the string of prayer beads. I was not on the front steps. Champagne brought the string of prayer beads. And he wasn't on the front step. And the pair of gloves was not in the nave. He was not on the front step. And then we should probably see if they're lying versus if they're telling the truth. Uncle Midnight, hey now, a pair of leather gloves was in the nave. If you're telling the truth, a pair of leather gloves was in the nave. This is a lie. Champagne did not bring the string of prayer beads. He brought the leather glove. So he was in the nave. And then Champagne saying I was on the front steps is, of course, a lie. Oh, yeah, no. He's telling the truth and these two are lying. You're fine. We should really see if they're lying. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Champagne was lying. He was not on the front step. Can the other two be true? Yeah, we should have done it proof by contradiction. If Champagne was not on the front step, can these two be true? Champagne brought a string of prayer beads. And a pair of leather gloves was in the nave. Who's in the nave? Wine bottle. He was in the bell tower. Means the prayer beads were in the... Does that create a contradiction? So he can be lying. Can he be lying? In the name of God, Champagne brought a string of prayer beads. So that means Champagne did not bring a string of prayer beads. So he brought this. So that sets this up. And then these are true. Hey, now a pair of leather gloves was in the nave. The gloves was in the nave. That means Champagne was in the nave. And Champagne was on the front steps. He's not. This can't be a lie. Brownstone cannot have done it. Brownstone's clean. So if Brownstone's clean, what he said was true. So Champagne brought the prayer bead. So we also know that Buddy brought the leather gloves. Can Midnight be lying? Because we know this is true. Can Midnight be lying? A pair of leather gloves was in the nave. So leather gloves in the nave. I was on the front steps. Can he be telling the truth? Bell tower. He wasn't there. He can be lying too. One of these two can be lying. We just know it can't be Brownstone. Unless I'm doing it backwards. Well, how about this? If we know Brownstone's telling the truth, can he be telling the truth? I was on the front steps. And then you'd be lying. A pair of leather gloves was in the nave. So a pair of leather gloves was not in the nave. Aha, that creates the contradiction. So... Wait. What am I doing? I'm just gonna skip it. I'm so wrong. Get the marrow. Today's model solution consisted of Comrade Champagne, the left-handed Capricorn, which suggests you are an idealist, and a string of prayer beads, which corresponds to meditating and or reflecting on your choices. This will ultimately lead to the bell tower, generally signifying music and musicality and or long-lasting friendships. So I'm an idealist, and I need to reflect on my choices with regard to friendships or music. Right. That was a lot of dulls. We did an hour of dulls. But worth it. Umineko time. To the YouTube viewers who clicked through all of those dulls, or maybe I'll watch it too, I don't know. Let us go to Rokkenjima for the 7th time. Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Hello, Shrek. How's it going? Welcome back. What are my general theories so far? Ooh, okay. So I have a couple general theories that don't necessarily all intersect over each other. So there are three main threads. There's the murders that happened on October 5th of 1986. There's the origin of Beatrice. And there's the sin of Battler committed 6 years ago that Beatrice implores him to remember. Obviously, they're all fairly interconnected, but I don't think any one answer addresses all of them. And so if we go off the first one, the murders committed, I have kind of made a hard pivot. So my list of suspects was Ava, Battler, and Maria. That was my list of 3 suspects. Pretty much at the end of episode 5. Episode 6 brought in a lot of hints with regard to Shannon and Cannon. And the idea that Shannon and Cannon cannot both love Jessica and George simultaneously and go off on their own ways makes me think that in the way the story is being told, Shannon and Cannon are not 2 actual people. It goes with the whole we are furniture argument as well. I think they're narrative devices, either representing the servants in general, or maybe like a third individual who would effectively kind of be Beatrice as the story's being told. So I think, in some manner of speaking, this proxy representative of Shannon and Cannon is the one committing the murders. And I haven't gone back and looked, but I think, if I recall correctly, it's been few and far between that both Shannon and Cannon were dead, except in episode, I think it was 3, the one where the first Twilight was all the servants. I think that's the only time that both of them were just like flat out dead from the start. But in almost every other episode, we saw them through... Well, we saw the ghost of Cannon help out Jessica in episode 3. Yeah. They died in the fake Beatrice. Oh, was that episode 2? I don't remember. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to remember. But I think that kind of points to the whodunit. And I think, with that said, knowing the mansion so well, so I'll expand on that a little. Knowing the mansion so well, they would almost certainly have a way to move around the mansion and not be noticed. Not secret passageways per se, but like they would almost certainly have a way to move around the mansion pretty seamlessly. And also, I think they're the key to making a closed room, not with master keys and stuff. I think, like, think about how eccentric Kinzo is, and there's probably times where Kinzo would lock himself in his study and get blackout drunk off the absinthe and the broth of the apocalypse. And the servants would have to get in there and help him, right? Like, he couldn't just, like, be left to die in a room. I'm sure the servants had a way to check on him. So if anyone has a way to manipulate a chain lock from outside a room, it's like Shannon or Cannon or Genji. And so, like, I think maybe it's even possible that, like, Genji's the only servant, and Shannon and Canon are just, like, a narrative device that are being used to talk about something a little more conceptual. And so I think that's... I'm going to say the servants, and I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but I think the servants are probably doing the murders. As for the why, the motive makes a lot of sense. Essentially, if it's Shannon or Canon, or both, or whatever is actually going on there, again, I think there's, like, one missing piece of information as far as, like, how both George and Jessica had these individuals that they were in love with, but both couldn't just go be happy. I don't know if that means only one of them is real. I don't know if that means there's a third person that maybe George and Jessica both really liked. I don't even know. But, like, I think that person's probably doing it. And the motive is so that they could run off with George and or Jessica, right? Like, that's the motive. That makes a lot of sense. And then the how is kind of described in the whole being able to move around the mansion and unlock and lock doors in the way that they're doing it. So... And I think part of it is probably the flair, because think about who's telling the story. It's Beatrice and some of the other witches. So I think that's probably who did it. And then as far as the who Beatrice is, I feel like she's probably an orphan from the Fukuen house. And I think the purpose of the Fukuen house was probably to try to birth a new Beatrice from Kinzo's perspective. He fell in love with a woman long ago, lost her in a tragic accident. It might have, I don't know what it would have been, but there's kind of like 3 Beatrices. There's the one from way back that Kinzo knew from before any of the events of the story happened, anything that's even been alluded to or flashed back to. There's the original Beatrice, which Virgilia says that she's the original Beatrice, but I don't think that's right. Right, obviously she said it, but, like, I don't think that she's the individual that Kinzo was in love with. I don't think she was the original Beatrice in that manner of speaking. So I think there was a woman that Kinzo was in love with. Maybe he didn't even actually, like, physically get with her. Maybe he observed her from afar and, like, fell in love with her. He lost her in some kind of tragic accident. And then, or maybe it was a business partner. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that could go. But then he wanted to have his Beatrice back. So he used the Fukuen house to essentially, as dark as it is, be a child mill to pump out children until eventually one grew up looking like Beatrice. And then he raised her in Kuadorian in captivity with Renove and Virgilia, who I think are just younger Genji and Kumasawa, which would be really easy to swing logically. And so I think that's just years and years ago, maybe like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when Rosa was middle school age or younger, or growing up. Because we know Rosa found that Beatrice, the one that Kinzo had kind of raised to be Beatrice. He told her the stories of the Golden Witch that she is. And she died. She fell off the rocks. The rocks is what makes you old and die. So she fell off the rocks and then died. And then he had to make another one. And that other one, I think, is the one that we're seeing that's about Battler's age. I think Battler, whom we know was not born of Asumu, was raised in Kuadorian with this Beatrice. This Battler was a proxy child raised by Kinzo in order to have a somewhat certain hold on the succession of the family. We know Kinzo does not trust any of his children as far as he can throw them. We know Kinzo hates his children, essentially. And we know that he gave Natsuhi a child to be like, here, this will be my successor. Raise this child to be my successor. Ava had already had George at that point, but because Ava is a woman, I think Kinzo's saying, my daughter's child will never be my successor. I need my son's child or myself's child to be my successor. And that's just his misogyny bleeding through. And so the child he gave to Natsuhi, I think it's very possible was his, that he birthed through Fukuen house. And Natsuhi killed it. I do think that baby died. I think Some of what was exposed in episode 5 about that baby existing, I don't think that baby didn't die. I think that baby died. But I don't think that was the only baby that Kinzo was trying to pass on to people. So I think this battler that we know is either one or two things. It's either that baby who came from Fukuin House, was raised in captivity with Beatrice, was Beatrice's friend growing up, and then 6 years ago, it was decided this battler's going to take over as the successor eventually. We need to bring him back into the family. That's how Battler came back into the family. And in essence, he had to abandon Beatrice. And probably of no fault of his own, he had to forget about her. He was made to forget about her. And because we know he doesn't remember anything about what happened. And so I think Beatrice, in all the cruelty that she's shown to the Ushiramiyas through the stories, is expecting this battler who was raised in captivity, who didn't get a real shot at life, who was very, very much like how Beatrice was raised. I think she expected him to be like, hell yeah, I hate these people. They stole my life away from me. Then around episode 3 or 4, when we saw that she learned that Battler doesn't like seeing his family brutally murdered, she changed her tune really fast. So I think she thought, coming into this, oh, I'm going to tell Battler all about this. I'm going to have him remember, and then we're going to get revenge on this family for all eternity in this fun little sicko story that I'm telling. And I think she's learned to love stories. She loves closed room mysteries, right? Because her whole life she had to be raised in Kuidorian. In the library, all she could do was read. A real bell function, just like only able to read for all eternity. So that's theory number 1. Theory number 2 is Kiri didn't actually miscarry a child. But because Rudolph had already married Asumu 19 years ago, on that day when both were set to have the child and Kiri miscarried, they covered that up and said, okay, we're going to pretend this child died. Because Asumu is my wife, you are my mistress. This is Rudolph talking. You are my mistress, Kiri. So you cannot have this child cannot come through. Like this child cannot come through. It will cause too much complication, and there's too much. I need my family's money. I can't create this like web of succession and jealousy and things like that. Let's take this child, let's steal him away. Let's send him to Kuidorian. It ends up being the same thing. But it's Kiri's kid, not a random objective other. And I think that makes a lot of sense, narratively speaking, just knowing this is a story. Because not only would that make Angie and Battler full-fledged, 100% blood brother and sister, it would also make Kiri Battler's mother, whom she's been a mother figure to him for the last, I think, 6 years. And they've come to have a really nice bond. And I think that's a really nice stamp on the end of that tale. And I think all that other stuff probably can still apply for that. Now, as for the witches and stuff, I don't really know where that's going. I don't know how fantastical or meta all of that is without any real substance. But I do have a small skirting theory that Baron Castell might be Kinzo's first wife or a representative of, well, his only wife. He only had one wife. But I think Baron Castell might be a representative of Kinzo's wife. In that she really wants to see the fall of Beatrice. And Beatrice is the woman who basically stole everything away from her by having Kinzo fall in love with her. I think that covers everything I've got cooking so far. Did you have a reason for why Battler came back to the family after 6 years? Yeah, I think those are some great, well-constructed theories. Thank you. Do I have a reason for why Battler came back to the family after 6 years? I think he came... Well, yeah, I guess he was away. That's a bit of a hole in the succession theory because he didn't come back 6 years ago when he would have left Kuidorian. He came back this year. The only reason I can think would be if we go with the theory that he's actually Kiri's kid, Rudolph decided to bring him in. And I wouldn't put it past Kiri for sure, but Rudolph and Kiri may be working together to kill actual Asumu's kid and maybe even Asumu. Maybe they just killed everybody and then brought Battler in Yeah, I'm really happy with where I've gotten with these theories. And even if I'm completely wrong, I think I tell a pretty cool story with it. I think it all makes a lot of sense. And if I'm right a little bit, that's great too. I talked a lot and we did some dulls. So I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we'll start episode 7. I know I've been like I've been like dangling it in front of your face for like an hour, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Get some water if you like. I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right. Oh, lots of chat. And chat is broken. Let me see if I can fix it really quick. Chat box. I fixed it. What's my MTG player type? Lately it's been Spike, but I'm probably Timmy at heart. Not about if it's true or not, just having the ability and time invested in the story, create your own interpretation. Big thematic pulse this fan. Yeah, no, absolutely, right? Like that is what it's all about, right? Like Maria's whole thing about Beatrice exists and magic is real, right? That's the whole point. That's what I love. That's like my favorite theme of the VN. You're a Timmy pretending to be a Spike. I think that's probably what I am too. Oh, my theories make them fun. Yay. No, I'm shocked at how... I'm sad that I did not read this sooner, because a lot of this is a very well worded explanation of my worldview, honestly. Dreams of Umineko without theories? Yeah, I don't know how you could do that. Yeah, I heard the anime is kind of cheeks. Alright, enough talk. A wise man once said, enough talk. Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Scheduled for today is the funeral of the Golden Witch and her game. I am gonna cry. The days of the game are already over and nothing remains but fond memories. Here the cold hard truth will be revealed and death will come to the game. I'm gonna cry, dude. I'm gonna openly weep, probably. Hopefully we can have some Phoenix Rises from the Ashes episode 8 if this is truly where the game dies. Here we go. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, illusions to illusion, and dreams to dream. A dream is something drawn in the sand between the coming and receding waves. Something so fragile that it's wiped blank every time a wave comes in. So, the heartless might sneer, saying that drawing such things is useless and meaningless. However, no wave will ever come again to wipe away the dream she drew. And now, the final, beautiful dream of hers will not disappear for all eternity. Try and picture it. It's as though the rays of the gentle afternoon sun on a warm spring day simply forgot to grow dim ever again. It truly is such a wonderful thing. Witness to your final dream. Jubilis Virgilia Maro. Uh-oh. The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors of heresy were reporting on the results of their investigation. Their uniforms closely resembled those of Eisern Jungfrau, but they were slightly different. Also, different were the badges signifying their department. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. It was the lead female inquisitor. She was announcing that all reasoning had been completed. As has been shown, it's all quite clear. Know that the preceding logic has proven the non-existence of your alibi. IRL Umineko? At the other end of her pointing finger was a quivering maid with frightened eyes. Her name was... No, that's not important. What matters now is that she could have entered the closed room study where the victim was found whenever she pleased. Maid? And furthermore, that her claimed alibi for the time of the crime had been proven to contradict the facts. Shaking, the maid tried to continue in her illogical pleading, but all of her statements had already been seen through. With this, we can concluct. Me when I'm a chicken lawyer? With this, we conclude our proof of the whodunit and the howdunit. Know that your position as the culprit is now an unshakable fact. Is it Shannon? Well, I'm glad I talked about all that before we started. Rysair VT Burge? You must be joking. Why would I kill the master? Oh. Who the hell is this? I don't recognize that voice. Why would I kill the master I loved and respected so? I have no reason, no motive. Who did it and how? Know that establishing these is more than sufficient. Please, allow me to speak. Oh. Know that the motives are unnecessary and mysteries. The Inquisitor spoke coldly. That's like Cordelia or Gertrude. After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the coffin, which lay on an altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. No! In her place, Battler moved to the front of the coffin, wearing his territory lord's cape. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Battler look smaller. Battler held a book with a majestic binding in his hand. Ria's grimoire? No, it was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Battler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time. Then he kissed it and laid it gently in the coffin. It rested upon her chest. She looked like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animal as she drifted off to sleep. This is the sole tale I have to offer up to you. This tale will be shut up with you in your coffin for all eternity, so no one will be able to read it except for you, there in your coffin. Shut away in the cat box, the only unchanging, inviolable, eternal tale. The Battler wrote the story that Beatrice wanted to hear. This way, no one will be able to defile it, no one can deny it, and no one can argue against it. This is just between me and her. Just the two of us, our one and only certain truth. Dude. Those bastards. A man dashed through the town wrapped in twilight. The daytime hustle and bustle of this beautiful village, which combined the tradition with the ordinary and the classical style of the last century, now seemed like a mere dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and the narrow alleyway was rapidly descending into darkness. As the gas lights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. The man sprinted. There was no time. Had to hurry. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and it had all taken longer than he had expected. Who's this? Yeah, there's no mistake here. The whodunit and howdunit are more than enough in the mystery genre. In the mystery genre, the motive, or the why done it, is given the lowest priority. To have a murder, you need to have a culprit, and he needs to commit a crime. Motive isn't required for that, so it's usually the most ignored element. In fact, these days, there are even some who call it unnecessary. If you find the culprit with nothing but the why done it, that's no mystery. That's propaganda. However, just because of that fact, it doesn't mean you can neglect the motive, the heart. Is that a Makusa? We both know how much fun she'll be having in her final sleep, so I doubt anyone could disturb it. After all, who could possibly disturb a sleeping child smiling at a happy dream? Come, it is time for us to leave. If we're too noisy, we'll wake her from her dream. You're right. What else should you do with a sleeping kid, except put a blanket on them, turn off the lights, and walk away quietly? Is this Maria? Beatrice? After looking at the coffin one last time, Brigilia turned around quietly. Battler did the same, but then he stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Battler offered up his final words within his heart. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would be able to know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Battler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly. Then, his face clouded with remorse, and then changed to a bitter, exasperated smile. Flashed through several varied expressions. Then, the final expression that crossed his face was surprisingly a gentle smile. Something rose to Battler's lips. However, he bit it back down. There could certainly be no words to describe the many feelings he kept in his chest. So, saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Battler understood this and stopped himself from speaking once more with a wry smile. Thank you. Oh, I have done nothing to deserve your gratitude. I'll leave the rest to you. After seeing Virgilia nod back at him, Battler turned away from the altar one more time and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and with that, all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep had vanished. The Inquisitors of Heresy listened with calm, no, scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, nothing said she could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all mere emotional arguments. I loved and respected the master so much. I had no motive for killing him. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like a floundering true culprit struggling pathetically. The requirements for the whodunit and howdunit had been satisfied. As for the why, the motive, the heart, no matter how much she spoke of gratitude for her master, who had graciously given her a job when she'd been left by the wayside after various misfortune, it didn't help her case in the slightest in the mystery genre. Is this just like a movie or something? Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. The Inquisitor of Heresy took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests. This is how you committed the crime. Know that this indictment has been received by the Great Court and that your arrest has been approved. Here is the warrant for your arrest. Motive is unnecessary. Know that such a thing is completely extraneous to the matter of pinpointing the culprit. Please, allow me to speak. Know that we of the SSVD possess methods of forcing unrepentant criminals to reveal the truth. With these interrogation tools blessed by the powers of justice, we Inquisitors of Heresy will strap up your limbs, burn you, crush you, and stretch you and hang you. Wait, is this an old school witch trial? Like, Salem, Oregon-ass witch trial? And in so doing, writing the red truth out of you, it isn't even necessary for you to confess. Aides, arrest that maid. Mods, ungrill her cheese. It wasn't me. I didn't kill the master. No. No. Hey. You mean Salem, Massachusetts? Yeah, I do. I don't mean Salem, Oregon. Is there even a Salem, Oregon? Massachusetts makes way more sense. Who's he? There is? Okay, at least I'm not, like, totally smooth-brained. She conducts Beto's funeral. She was defeated in the previous game, marking her the loser. She has proclaimed that she will tear the guts of Beto's game to satisfy her irritation, and yet... The little magician who has inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with talent and began to tread the path of the magician. Okay, they've said this before. Beatrice. What? Nothing. Okay, let's see who this guy is. Hold it right there. You've got the wrong culprit. Imagine me switching my main in the fighting game in episode 7. That's crazy. A man kicked the door open and the Inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him. Why are you... Oh. This is a remix of Answer? Yeah. Why are you here? Know that this case is no longer your responsibility. Quiet. You find one person without an alibi and just assume that she's the culprit? Do you really think there's no need for a motive? A heart in crime? Yeah, hello there. Crimes are committed by people. There are no crimes without a heart. I'll never accept a theory that neglects the heart. Know that your obsession over the why done it is simply embarrassing. The why done it is unnecessary. Such a thing can be extracted easily through interrogation. Even the Great Court has already acknowledged that this woman is the culprit. True, the Great Court does assume that everybody besides the maid has an alibi, but that's just because they heard you say so, and they've mistaken your overconfidence and conceit for wisdom. If any one of the suspects loses their alibi, your evidence so far proves nothing. Just look at how pathetic some of those other alibis are. Did the clock in the reception hall chime midnight at exactly the right time? Did the dog by the back door bark at everyone? So, you managed to prove the maid's alibi false. Congratulations. But does it end there? AU Battler or something? Who is this guy? It may have been possible for her to do it, but does she have any motive at all? Are the alibis for the others absolutely perfect? The maid wasn't the only one with a false alibi. You have to keep on searching if you want to find the others. Was there some sort of grudge against the victim, or some money-related problem? Don't abandon motive. Don't abandon the heart. Dry mysteries where the motive can just be figured out later aren't worth anyone's time. If the maid isn't the culprit, then why did she fake an alibi? Even asking such questions is a waste of time. Well, she could totally have faked an alibi to cover for someone else. Know that we just have to interrogate her, bring out the red truth, and have her sign in red blood to everything that happened at the time of the crime. Yeah, you probably can do that. You can just use that torture of yours to squeeze out everything frankly and objectively, as seen from the eyes of God. But you know what? I'll never accept mysteries and theories that lack heart. I've already taken over responsibility for this case. I even have a decree right here. Come now, aides, know that there is no reason to hesitate. I order you to arrest this maid. When she gave the order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man. I won't let you. The real culprit's a different person. It's possible to use motive to find them, and their alibi trick is an old one. You can't neglect the heart. There's no need for that. We just have to find the suspicious ones who could have committed the crime, interrogate them, and squeeze out the red truth. On the off chance that they aren't the culprit, then we just have to interrogate the next suspect. Just start blasting. You call that reasoning? Stand back. We will arrest that woman. Know that this maid is the culprit. Oh? Bro. It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit. What did you say? The words of power blasted away the age trying to arrest the maid. Van Dyne's 20 rules. Rule number 11. If you want to torture this maid, make sure you double check the alibis for the second wife and her lover first. Is this just some random other mystery? Those two already have a clear alibi for the time of the crime. This is going to be Angie reading some murder mystery or something. Van Dyne's 20 rules. At an alibi? Damn it, a fool like you couldn't understand no matter how easy I make it for you. If you want to call yourself the head inquisitor, try and figure out at least that much for yourself. Yeah, the Phoenix, right? A whole different mystery rule system? Hi Rico, how's it going? Is it a whole different rule system though? Well, in this one they're saying what? Number 11 says it is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit. So that, if that holds, if that and the Nox's truths hold, I'm in trouble for what I was talking about earlier. Until then, I'll be taking that maid's arrest warrant. Then what about you? Can you prove that this maid didn't commit a crime? Know that she was clearly away from the kitchen at the time of the crime. What was she doing and where? She can't prove it. I can't prove it and you can't prove it. No one can. Well, it's a devil's proof. That's why we have no choice but to use these torture devices to interrogate her until the red truth is squeezed out. You can squeeze as much blood and truth from the true culprit as you damn well please. However, I won't let you interrogate or torture anyone who isn't the culprit. This is why everyone says you're too soft. All the suspicious must be interrogated. This is how we Inquisitors of Heresy conduct our witch... It is a witch trial, look at that. That's right, we are Inquisitors of Heresy. Felling evil witches is our job. Huh. However, we mustn't risk hurting the innocent. We mustn't put them under suspicion. All humans have their own personal truths. Those should be exposed when they commit crimes. We've been given the right to expose them, but there's one thing we can't do. What? No one, not even God, has the right to expose the innocent truths of those who have not sinned. The maid finally realized that he was trying to protect her. I don't know who you are, but... Thank you very much. I'm really not the culprit. Yeah, I know. Your boyfriend said he'd be willing to give up everything to prove your alibi. You should thank him. That kid said that honor and reputation are worth nothing compared to you. But if he does that, he'll... It won't come to that. Exposing the secrets between lovers is a job for third-rate magazines. That's not mystery. I'll never allow for heartless reasoning. Then for the first time, the man's sullen expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head roughly. I'm sure you two will be happy together. This, like, vaguely parallels our story. Still, meeting together in secret while on the job is hardly praiseworthy. Try to keep that to a minimum. Oh, okay, they're both servants? Thank you so much, thank you so much. These words were heard only by a few of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secrets of a pair of young lovers, and he had rushed about in search of a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forcible means. The point of theory-making is not to create a culprit, or to trample the truths that lie in the hearts of those who have not sinned. If you want to play the detective, don't neglect the heart. Otherwise, we're just... Why are they obsessed with this phrase? Don't forget it. But I do like the parallel, or I guess the discrepancy noted between an actual detective and what Erica was doing. When the man spoke, the Inquisitors no longer had any way to argue back. The man's name is Will. And yet, that's not what everyone used to call him. Head Inquisitor of Heresy of the SSVD and the 8th District Representative Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard Hunting Wright. Okay, it is Phoenix, right? Will Wright. This is the last thing I have to pass on to you guys. If you want to be the next wizard hunting right, remember it. No matter what. They got that deep intro here. You know that was purple. A mix of the red and blue. Battler in the room. We know about that. Holy. That was Will. There's like a ton of people. Okay, we're back. We're so back. Yep. Wait, this is so sick. Where's the BBH Umineko intro to this? The Guyo Gang one is so good. This is so good. Welcome to Rokenshima. Where are they gonna go with this, though? But figuring out who is the hardest part. That is pretty hard. Quietly, quietly. The rain fell down. The rain of sadness dripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. The chapel doors were open. During a wedding, only those with invitations are allowed inside. However, during a funeral, the doors are open to all who remember the deceased. So this must be a funeral. A shadow holding an umbrella approached the chapel. It was Will. Visitor approaches. Something different this time is the name of the achievement. It was Will. William. Willoth. A reception desk had been set up at the chapel's entrance. Oh, it's Canon. As the shadow approached, Canon, who had been sitting at the desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow. This is the reception desk. We are collecting the names of all mourners. If you would sign in here. Sorry, but I'm not a mourner. I'm here to meet with someone. You came to a funeral to meet someone? A dubious expression rose to Canon's face. Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name. My apologies. Please, enter. Thanks. Could I at least have one of those? Thank you very much. I am sure she will be pleased. Canon handed him a set of golden roses, which were being handed out to all the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. So it seems Will is a high-quality detective in the same vein as much of the like the Jungfrau folks that we saw and like all the Senate and stuff, part of this magical society. And it looks like because Beatrice's funeral is being held, he came to pay his respects. So maybe they have history. Inside the chapel, several people who appear to be the family of the deceased were gathered, and they all seem to be recalling memories of the departed. Oh. That's why he's the goat. Beatrice, why? Father, please take care. Why don't you rest in the waiting room for a bit? I killed her. I did it. Oh, absurd. How could that be, Rosa? Father's really bawling. Yeah. Yeah, Beatrice, huh? I'm sure he didn't cry this much when Mother passed away. Hey, Now's not the time to say things like that. Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the dead in their own way, it seemed. Yeah, we haven't had a good, like, full, like, you know, grab the lawnmower starter and just rip a... When Will approached the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was. Paying this no mind, Will walked in front of the casket on the altar, which seemed to be buried under golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Instead, as though it lay there in a place of body. Oh, I think if we do BBH, I think Gravy is Kinzo, and I think that's about all I can, because he's like the founder, the head, the family head. But I don't know how to go from there. But I think you could probably build off of that and create the whole lineage. Instead, as though it lay there in a place of a body, was a single thick book with an extravagant binding. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. To my beloved Beatrice. October 5th, 1986. Oh.
Miss Beatrice.
I do think Beatrice is in a lot of ways a concept and not a person. Miss Beatrice. If it was Mrs., then forgive me. I've never met you. However, allow me to express my condolences. He took the rose he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection to the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to show this minimum amount of respect for the dead. As part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the dead into the next world. Pardon me, but who might you be? I am Ushumiya Kraus. I'm serving as the chief mourner. This is my child, Leon? Huh?
はじめまして。
Huh? The first child of Kraus and Natsuhi. Jessica is their second child. He was given the silver ring of the successor to the headship and will succeed the position of family head upon turning 20. Mild, polite, and without any clear faults, except for being too young, Leon is more suitable successor than anyone else and is adored by Kinzo. Is this the tale of the baby surviving? Is this the tale of the baby handed to Natsuhi surviving? But she is going to be turning 20. I feel like George is already 20, so Jessica couldn't have been far off. Well, I guess Jessica's in high school. So Jessica's probably like 16, 17. Okay, so... Well, here's Willard H. Wright. Member of the SSVD, Great Court of Heaven, Inquisitor Heresy, First Class. He's commonly known as Wright of 20 Wedges or Wizard Hunting Wright. He was an ace Inquisitor of Heresy in his youth, feared for being both ruthless and merciless in his work. However, at some point there was a change in his work attitude, and his previously flashy escapades became a thing of the past. His current style is often fickle, alternating between laziness and obsessive bursts of energy regarding mere trifles. But now everyone has given up trying to understand him. He's already filed his resignation, and it has been accepted. Only a few days remain before he'll lose the name of Wright. So he has the name of Wright because of his job? Pleased to meet you. I'm Ushumiya Leon. Leon? Who the heck are you? It's written as that, but pronounced Leon. I guess it's a bit strange for a Japanese name. Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed particularly interested in Kraus, but Leon had apparently drawn some sort of reaction from him. Her name does end in on. Or is it a boy? If it is, I apologize. I don't know if they said. They don't say. We'll just use they. They have O-N, you're right. Yeah, it's not been mentioned. Rather than interest, it was more as though he felt something was out of place. Gross. Madam says that it's about time. I see. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're too noisy in here, it may disturb the dead. I've been told that the waiting room has been ready. Shall we move over there? When Kraus called out to everyone, they began to move towards the chapel waiting room. My apologies. Leon, could you entertain our guests for now? I will guide the others to the waiting room. Yes, father. It looked like a natural conversation with no awkwardness for either father or child. Father and child, is it? Yes. But why do you ask? Ushumiya Kraus's child is supposed to be Jessica. Jessica's my little sister. Do you need me to call for her?
Yeah.
No, that won't be necessary. Oh, it's Saber's VA. That's cool. Apparently some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around. Pardon me, but what sort of relation did you have with the deceased? None at all. It's a real pain. Then, why did you come to this funeral? Since Leon was a fairly mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. A normal person would probably put on a dubious look long before this. Will scratched his head again and yelled angrily at someone other than Leon. I'm here. Isn't it about time you showed your face? Gotta be calling to Battler. The members of the Ushumiya family have already followed Kraus's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, no one could be seen in this cold, vast chapel, decorated with gold roses, except Will and Leon. Oh. Great. So, you've come. Wizard hunting right, Inquisitor of Heresy. The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pair. Masoma! Leon turned around in surprise. A girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the scared funeral altar, as though this was perfectly normal, crushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon didn't know this girl. Just why on earth were all of these people unrelated to the funeral popping up one after another? I'm already retired. If you have a job you need doing, go ask the new Wright. So Wright is a title, not his name. No. You're the one I want to ask. I'm giving this case to you. Did you read the tale I sent you? I skimmed it. I don't know who you are, but please get down from there. That's a sacred altar. Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there. I hear this is Leon. Who is that exactly? You've already heard who. Ushumiya Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games. Is this your piece? No. It's a true and proper piece of this game board. A character appearing in the story. Banger track, by the way. Crimson, how you doing? You're the game master. That means it's your piece. I've just moved from Beto's cat box into a larger cat box. Leon is one of the pieces who has a possibility of appearing inside it. So yeah, I guess this is a timeline where they raised that, where Natsuhi raised that child. Ah, I see. In other words, it's your piece. Huh. It's a piece I placed, would be the correct way to say it. You're saying this piece isn't your subordinate, like Erika. Erika? Who's that? Oh god, she's already thrown her into hell.
Erika-san?
Erika-san? Got home from work? Hey, welcome, welcome. Settle in. Don't try to understand. You'll just get a headache. Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushumiya family. I don't know what you two are talking about. Anyways, you, girl, please get down off the altar. I ask this as successor to the Ushumiya family headship. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. Doing good? Yeah. I feel that. I'm a little sleepy myself. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction. The successor is supposed to be Kraus. My father, Kraus, will be the acting head until I turn 20. Then, I am to succeed the headship. First I've heard of this. Can you prove it? It seemed that Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly. This is the successor's silver ring of the one-winged eagle. Is that proof enough for you? A silver ring. The golden head's ring has appeared several times, but I've never heard anything about a silver ring for the successor. Okay, this is just total borked AU. I don't remember Kraus or Jessica ever wearing one of those. I'm glad. For someone who's just skimmed it, it seems you've read it pretty well. Okay. Is this... God. Please. Is this Bern Castell's nightmare mode run? Is she just going to torture everybody? This is the worst case scenario. Actually, that would make a lot of sense. Bern Castell is the game master and telling the story, and she's telling it to Featherine. So she's going to make this the most miserable worst case scenario for everyone involved as a means of revenge. So Beatrice is dead. I bet you've got things like... I bet a lot of people are going to die. Yeah. Oh, that's a cute emote. The Amori. The Sunny from Amori. That seems to be the case. And I'm guessing William here was called in because this is some heinous, illegal activity, and he needs to put a stop to it. When a witch hands you a story, you never know when something absurd will pop up, especially when it's the Great Witch from the Senate. What? Who in the world are you two? Sorry, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If you finished offering flowers to the departed, please make your exit. It seems you two aren't worthy of our family's hospitality. Leon finally ran out of patience. These were the strictest words that the gentle kid could unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed not to care at all. I didn't come here because I wanted to. We're wasting time, so let's move onwards. Right? Try and beat this game. As the game master, Baron Castell, I invite you to join in. I refuse. Why? I'm retired now. Based. Reasoning and mysteries aren't my business anymore. How do you intend to spend the rest of your life? Is wizard hunting right going to give up witch hunting? Not sorceress. There's still fox hunting. And clam hunting to look forward to. I didn't come here to discuss the rest of my life with you. Hunting foxes. That's not good. You came here to refuse? Know that your powers of deduction are truly a sight to behold. Then do as you will. Go wherever you please. That is, assuming you can leave this place. So, what are the terms and payment? In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Baron Castell. Who killed Beatrice? That's my game. In payment, I'll forgive you for your insolence and let you leave this chapel. I hear that boredom-hating witches just love being spoken to rudely. That's only for hags who have tired of life after 1,000 years. I'm still plenty young, so I love thinking up horrible fates in which people trap rude men like you. Oh? Who's my enemy? There is none. There's no one to stand in your way. I just want to sit back and watch you make your beautiful checkmate in this game. I've even found you an ally. That's what this Leon is for. Huh? After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating. Leon is a member of the Ushiromiya family, and should prove to be a useful ally, seeing as no one in the family knows you. I'm not sure what this is all about, but I can hardly be of assistance until I know what's going on. There, see? With help like this, it'll be a piece of cake. Oh my god, Leon. Entertain me and my master, wizard hunting, right? Oh well, maybe a polite theater goer, but I might throw popcorn at you if I get bored, okay? Will scratched his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Bernkastel's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides. You asked me to solve the case of Beatrice's murder, but Bandine's 20 rules, rule number 7, you need a body, baby. It is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse. Hey, we know this. Bandine's 20 rule. That's a devil's proof. Maybe it just isn't inside the casket. Unless you... Oh, they're already playing. Unless you can prove that no corpse exists. This is a mystery. Rule number 1. It is forbidden to have a crime without all clues prevented. That's a broken rule. Don't worry. Everything is gathered here. Everything is gathered here, so the tail is going to be a clue. Though there was no change in Will's unsatisfied expression, he seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. The simple fact that a mere inquisitor of heresy had been summoned by an uninhibited, fickle, cruel Great Witch of the Senate meant that he'd been treated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her. So, who killed the owner of this empty coffin? I'll answer that question. However, you'll let me do things my way. As you like. Why are we doing this? First off, I need to make you understand the current situation. This is why Willard is top tier in the fighting game. A character that looks like that cannot be low tier in an anime fighting game. It's just impossible. First off, I need to make you understand the current situation. Yes, that would be extremely helpful at the moment. Leon's expression seemed nonplussed, angry, and confused, all at the same time. Over here. It'll be faster to see it for yourself. Wonderful. Please, lead the way. Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spin around. After snorting once in an unsuccessful manner, Leon followed him, as though resigned to see Will's little show. Having all those belts, a streak of colored hair. Yeah, it's it's just every possible piece. As she watched them leave the chapel, Baron Castell sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face. As the Michael of the Great Witch of Theater going, drama and spectating, feathering something awawawa, and as the Witch of Miracles, I, Baron Castell, announced the start of this game. I do appreciate that everybody's brain just is turning into pudding by the end of this VN series. The tale's title is Requiem of the Golden Witch. Spin a tale fitting for Beato's funeral. Well now, let's see how you drag out the guts. She watched until the pair had left the chapel. Burn's brain is fried. Burn hit the booth too hard and she can't remember her master's name. Baron Castell's form evaporated into the empty air just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. Who killed Beatrice? So, is this going to have anything to do with our Rokkenjima mystery? Or is this a filler episode? There's no way it's a filler episode. Outside, it was still raining. When Cannon saw the guests and the successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply. Good work. You can take a break now. So would you mind leaving? Oh, God, no. She doesn't know. Eat the rich, dude. I hate this. Eat the rich. Imagine 1/8 of Umineko is just a filler. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be a great prank? It's canon. Yes, as you wish. Jessica would never. What does the rich taste like? I wouldn't know. Cannon bowed deeply, then disappeared. Let Leon cook? Okay, maybe. Don't you remember the names of all your servants? Okay, yeah, get their ass. Let's find out. Don't you remember the names of all your servants? Get in. Our family has many young servants coming in and out, and they're usually replaced quite frequently. Well now, what are you trying to explain to me? Who are you, and what business do you have with this family? Of course, there's no need to convince me. Feel free to head home if you want.
もう帰れねえの
There's no going home.
俺も
Not for me.
誰もな
Not for anyone.
もういい加減にしてくれませ
Could
ん
you please give that a rest?
そのよくわからない
Stop speaking in confusing riddles like that all the time. Even I have limits to my patience. What do you mean, even I? You're already pushing it a little bit here, Leon.
私では見送り
If
に
you don't want me to see you off, should I call Genji or Goda? Oh, don't call Goda. Everyone's gonna die if you call Goda.
騒ぐな
Don't freak out.
こいつを見て
Look at this.
見れば
Look at this graph.
葬儀用の
Yes, I can see that. It's one of the memorial roses.
まさか
Are you gonna show me some kind of magic trick?
つもりで
Will took one of the flower offerings and showed it to Leon as though pointing out that there were no mechanisms or tricks. That's the pledge. Then he slowly lifted it upwards.
見てろ
Watch. Are you watching closely? Sorry, I'm tweaking today. I don't know why. I think it's because I worked out before streaming, so I have like all this energy. I'm tweaking. Yes, I'm watching.
後でも飛び出すんです
Is a dove going to fly out of
それ
it?
とも
Is it going to be flags and fireworks? Huh? Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which was why Leon had been struck dumb. Why did it make the noise of something? Makes sense, brain mush, and also we have all these new characters and lack of MCs. Yeah, I don't even. I'm off the goop right now. Which is why Leon had been struck dumb. The rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. Does he have a time stop in the fighting game? This wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another, and it became a black husk like burnt charcoal. And even after this happened, it remained suspended there in the air. This episode contains peak OST. I can tell, like, it's all kind of different, and it sounds really good. What sort of trick is this?
動くな
Don't move. Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which still hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death.
この礼拝堂
This chapel has been cut off from the fragments. We're currently locked in a concentrated loop of time.
それは
What?
どういうことですか
What do you mean by that?
めんどくせえから
Explaining's a pain, so I'll just give you a short version. Basically, unless we play along with that witch's game, no one can leave this place.
ここから出られ
What? Oh, it's not his magic that stopped time. It's Bern Costell's little bubble here.
もう葬儀は
The
終わり
funeral's already over. I'm sure some people want to return to the mansion or to the guest house.
そんなことは困ります
We can't be locked up in here.
恨むなら
You've got a bone to pick. That witch is the one you're looking for.
帰れな
Being stuck in a place like this isn't any more pleasant for me.
あの少女はあなた
That girl's your friend, right?
の変なの
Make her stop all this weirdness.
あいつは今頃
She's probably sitting in a spectator seat with a bucket of popcorn about now. Who is this Chad? This is Will, not Smith. And he is a new character, as is this this other individual. Battler 2.0, imagine being able to upgrade Battler. She won't come if we just call her.
わけがわかん
Yeah,
ない
he's like a supernatural detective. What on earth is going on? That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at that moment. However, Leon had seen the rose Will threw wither in an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same with another rose, but the effect was exactly the same. I think they're also being extremely deliberate on not using any pronouns for Leon. I don't know. Because, like, here's my thought. The voice is pretty feminine, and, like, I thought the character was, you know, Krause's daughter at first. And I guess in my head, I'm also like, oh, Krause has a daughter because, you know, Jessica. But how the hell would Kinzo ever give the successor's ring to a granddaughter and not a grandson, right? Like, it's interesting that they're being very, I think, deliberate about how they talk about this whole situation. I'm curious if that's going to be a reveal or what coming up. Our previous detective has been an 18-year-old shonen protag and Erica. The worst. Yeah, it seems like they're being very deliberate about it. And here's where I say this, and then in the next paragraph, they completely blow it up. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly. Erika. There's only one way for us to be released from here. We have to play along with Baron Castell's game. You mean the one about who killed Beatrice? That's what she's telling us to investigate. If you could fill me in, this will go more quickly. That fickle witch will be completely satisfied. You'll be able to get rid of the two of us. And I have a date with Diana when I get back. Pog? Diana mentioned? Oh no, I overwrote the... Whatever, I'm never going back to it. If I keep her waiting too long, she'll start tearing up the sofa again. Oh, wait. What? She a dog? Or is she just tweaking? Lurk? Alright, Zephyr. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having fun watching. Who killed Beatrice? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. Oh, is Diana a goat? Diana Trice? Who killed Beatrice, you say? That's hardly something you should go barging into a funeral and asking the family about. Questioning the family is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Just give up and accept it. I do know that Beatrice is the mistress of Kinzo, the family head. Diana goat real? She's your goat? This is your goat? You really are a strange person. How did you know so much about this family? Are you sure you have no connections with us? Will knew this much about the Ushiromiya family because Baron Castell had shown him all the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushiromiya family himself. The very plane of existence was on a different level. However, Beatrice died a long time ago. According to Genji, she passed away before the mansion was completed, but the reason for her death is unclear. She passed away before... Okay, this is original Beatrice. To be honest, this is the first about I've heard her being killed. Tell me about it. My name is Ushiromiya Leon. Willard. Call me Will. The first time Will introduced himself, their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk to him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile. Will. Call me Will. I'll call you Leon. Will. To be honest, even I don't know much about this person called Beatrice. I see. I guess it's called a game for a reason. If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently things wouldn't be so easy after all. Everyone who enters the Ushiromiya family knows the name and image of Beatrice. That's because of the massive portrait hanging in the entrance hall, isn't it? That portrait was first displayed on April of 1984. Okay. So it actually hasn't been hanging like that long. Seriously? How is it that you know that much? Oh well. It's about time I stopped finding that odd. I'm sure you just start speaking in riddles again. Leon was the successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Kinzo an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who are moody or hard to follow. With the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time, the conversation naturally fell into a pattern, as though Leon and this unknown man, Will, were longtime friends. Everyone knows Beatrice, and yet no one knows her. Kinzo's the only one who's ever met her. The head seemed to be particularly cranky today. Sorry. I'll introduce you to him when the chance presents itself. So I ask that you develop an appropriately discreet attitude, Will. That was quick. I thought you'd resist a bit more than that. I'm used to speaking with the family head. I've learned to accept most unreasonable situations and just go with the flow. Baron Castell had set up a barrier cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Kinzo's rantings, understanding this much was more than enough. End chapter. Yeah, Leon, I'm sure being in the Ushirimiya family, nothing is terribly surprising. Just being able to go with the flow makes a lot of sense. Do like 1 or 2 more chapters tonight. They're only about an hour each. Ushirimiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale and not particularly appealing. Even so, those voracious kids seemed to find it intensively interesting. The cousins had set up a camp around it with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everyone seemed to be a little more relaxed. Leon, where did you go? And who is that? Mother, I was entertaining this guest of ours. Will, this is my mother, Natsuhi. No introductions needed. Just tell me what you have to say. Huh? Dude, he's treating her like an NPC. He literally walked up to her and matched X. No, he said nothing. This is Will-san. It seems he knew the deceased. With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words. He wants to know more about Beatrice. Do you know anything about her mother? Leon, the departed is an individual. Yep, just mashing. The departed is an individual with whom the head owed a great debt. Nothing more, nothing less. The funeral is a ceremony for the head to repay his benefactor for all he received while that person still lived. The Beatrice kill speedrun. I actually, Blakeham in the chat and I have a joke, a pretty long-running joke. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you all ever. I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent here. I don't know if you all ever seen the show Westworld or are familiar with the premise of Westworld. But it's about like wealthy people who go to like a theme park that's full of like AI cowboys, and they get to like play cowboys for the weekend or for however long they stay in there, and it's like super expensive, and there's like mini games and quests, and it's kind of like what Disney tried to do with that Star Wars hotel, but like it's a sci-fi show, and like the whole plot is like the robots start to become self-aware and rebel against the humans, because what is revealed is like when humans are allowed to go do whatever they want in AI robot land, in Westworld land, they lead to murder and, you know, assaults and, you know, all sorts of bad stuff to all of the robots because, oh, they're not human, and the robots live through all that and then get their revenge. Anyways, we said it's only natural that if that theme park exists for long enough, because it is kind of a game, they have like a bunch of like quests and stuff you can do in it. It's only natural that some of the rich folk would probably develop like a speedrunning community for Westworld. And so, you know, people would start to get the like Dolores any percent speedrun where you like get to one of Dolores's endings where she either like, you know, solves the maze or dies or something. So Dolores any percent would be like getting on the train to go to Westworld and just starting firing shots at the town, hoping one of them hits Dolores. And then if Dolores dies in the first, like, you know, 1 minute of you being at Westworld, that's like new PB or new world record. And so people are just spending like $20,000 trying to speedrun Dolores. I probably could have embellished that story a little bit more, but I also wanted to get back to Umineko. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite running jokes that Blake Hum and I have. Yeah, it's like Dolores any percent. And you just hop on the train and start blasting out the window, hoping a stray hits Dolores in the first town. That is what I've been told, and there's nothing more to it than that. Thanks, Mother. Will, that's all my mother knows. Natsuhi was eager to deny the scandal about Beatrice being Kinzo's mistress. However, she also had enough sense to realize that the scandal was probably true. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again. Will? This chapel belongs to the family. So you're telling me to follow the family rules? Yeah, fuck Vegas, I'm trying to do the Dolores any percent. Like, if you hit it, if you are on Speed Demos Archive, Westworld dash Dolores parentheses any percent, like, I'm pogging. Speak in a manner appropriate for a guest of the family. Let me be the medium for all your
その
conversations.
2つを守
I
る
ask that you follow these 2 rules.
努力すら
I'll work on that.
あの
The mess with...
とかいう魔女に巻き込まれ
Excuse me, the mess this Bern Castell witch or whatever has dragged us into is a real pain. Because of that, I'm willing to help you. But we're equal partners in this job, and you'd best not forget that.
育ちがいいだけの
And here I thought you were just some well-bred rich
な
kid.
かなか言うな
Seems you can speak up after all.
これでも
I must be prepared to shoulder the Ushimiya family's future after all.
分かった
Got it.
仲良く事件
Let's solve this crime together, Watson. A.
ご協力いた
I'm
だ
glad I can help. I wouldn't want to keep your dear cat, Diana, waiting. Diana a cat?
餌の時間は
Won't she need to be fed soon?
今日は山盛りにして
Oh, okay, she is. I gave her extra food today,
多少は大
so
丈
she should be good for a
夫
while.
よく
I'm surprised she realized Diana was a cat.
ソファーを引っ
I figured it'd just be a bit too eccentric for her to be a human woman who scratches at sofas when you keep her waiting.
それで
So,
まずは誰に話し
who will you talk to first?
誰でもいい
Anyone.
全員だ
Everyone.
あそこにいるのは
Those ones over there are Krause's siblings, right?
向かって
From right to left, there's Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi.
あちらが
Over there is Uncle Rudolph,
キリエおば
Aunt Kiri.
そしてあちらが
And there is
後ろ宮ローザ
Rosa.
少女時代に
When
森
she was a girl, she once got lost in the forest and bumped into a woman calling herself Beatrice in a hidden mansion.
驚くまいと
I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but you really do know everything, don't you?
お前も
Do you know about that story too?
今日
I managed to overhear her saying that today.
そうな話で
It
した
looked as though it was bothering
聞こえ
her,
ないふりを
so I
しました
pretended not to hear.
優等生だ
Real model student you are.
紹介してくれ
Introduce me.
話を聞きたい
I want to ask about it.
辛そうな話でしたので
You're asking this off the model student who pretended not to hear because it just might be a painful topic? Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at will.
あら、次期当主様じゃ
Ta-da!
ない
It's our successor, Sama.
そちらの方
Oh, Ava hates this this person. Ava hates Leon. You can hear it in her voice. Oh, it's our successor. And who is this?
ああエヴァ
Oh, Aunt
こ
Ava.
ちらはウィ
This is Will.
個人のために
He came to offer flowers for the departed.
んなことはどうでもいい
But who cares about that? Tell me everything you know about...
個人と後ろめ
I'm Norman Jade and FBI.
お話を聞
He
き
says he wants to know what sort of relationship the Ushiromiya family has had with the deceased. Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Will silently protested, as though saying, I saw that coming, but damn, that hurt. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Ava like a model student.
後ろ見上げ
Well,
って言ってもね
even if you say relationship with the Ushiromiya family,
後ろ宮家と
it probably makes more sense to say her relationship with father. Yeah, now she doesn't have an excuse that the successor is incompetent. And yeah, the successor was like straight up chosen by Kinzo. So she just has to grit and bear it.
正直に
No need to beat around the bush. She was father's mistress.
愛人なんて
If you call her that, Natsuhine-san will yell at you again.
恩人
He's
でしょ
indebted to her. Right?
そうやな
Yep, that's right.
こんな具合です
Well, there you have it.
ローザ以外に
I have no interest in anyone but Rosa.
ローザおばさん
I do believe that you said you met with Beatrice, Aunt Rosa.
に会ったことがあると
Oh no, Rosa's about to go crazy. This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver.
今日になって急に
She just suddenly came out with it
ちょ
today.
っと信
It's
じ
a
ら
bit
れ
hard to
ない
believe.
話だわ本当なのよ
It's the truth.
ベアトリーチェが
I killed Beatrice.
事件解決
Perfect, we're done. All right, let's go.
早計です
Don't get ahead of yourself. Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kiri and Hideyoshi tried to console her.
六軒島は
Rokkenjima is covered by a dense forest. If only we knew... We only knew about one tiny portion of it. Just the mansion, the rose garden, and the little path that leads to the harbor.
誰も知らない
For years, there's been stories about how Dad built a hidden mansion somewhere in the vast forest that no one knew about.
愛人を住まわせてるんじゃないかって話は
Yeah, Willard just wants to be... You know what? Also real, Willard just wants to clock out and go home and chill. Like, that is something I can really, really, really relate to. And then he had a mistress living there.
ローザさん
Rosa-san probably stumbled on the hidden mansion by chance.
しかし
However, what does that have to do with Aunt Rosa killing Beatrice?
私が連れ
If I hadn't taken her out with me, she never would have died.
彼女は無垢な
She was so innocent, like a chick. Ah, like a chick. That's the comparison made before. I took her out and she just followed along obediently. She stayed right behind me, trusting me completely. And because I made her take such a dangerous path,
お前は崖から足を踏み
retired and then got called into work anyways, I would be furious. Did you make her walk all that way because you were hoping she'd slip and fall from the cliff? What?
そんなつもりはなかった。
She was like 10, bro. I never meant to do that. I just thought she'd like to see the ocean. No.
歩きづらそう
It just looked like the path would be hard to walk, and I thought it would be easier going if we went down the cliff first.
それは殺し
That's not what it means to kill someone. It was an accident.
私が連れ出
An
さ
accident she never would have had if I hadn't brought her with me, though, right?
私のせいなの。
It's my fault.
それに私は
And then I abandoned her when she was covered in blood and ran
逃
home.
げ帰ってしまった
あんたのせい
It isn't your fault. Beatrice had never seen the ocean before. You showed her that for the first time ever.
つい浮かれて一歩
Yeah, that Beatrice was so precious. She was probably so excited that she just happened to take a bad step. How can you know that?
ベアトリーチは
Beatrice might thank you for what you did, but she would never hate you.
そうかしら
Really? Is that really true?
柵の外の世界
She's the one who begged to see the world outside the fence, right?
お前はその
Though it was only for a short while, you made that dream of hers come
俺
true.
がベアトリーチェ
If I were Beatrice, I'd thank you for that short bit of
な
time.
のにお前が
If she knew that you'd been suffering all this time for it, she'd probably feel sorry for
申し
you.
訳なく思うだろうベアトリーチェ
Beatrice is grateful for what you did. You're the one who taught her that the sea is blue.
教えてくれた
Actually, the sea is not blue, it's just reflecting the sky. Is that true?
俺が保
I
証
guarantee it. Will made that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it.
ありがとう
Thank you.
その言葉は
Those are the words Beatrice is whispering to you, even now.
あんたに
Thank you. Rosa wiped her eyes with a handkerchief one more time and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time.
よくも
You really have no problem making claims you could never back up, don't you?
得られるもの
責任がない
Back up?
女を
Is
慰
that
め
really necessary to comfort a woman?
多少は見
It
直
seems
し
I underestimated you. How many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, she would probably be able to face the innocently smiling Beatrice, who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now, the two of them could finally speak together.
どなたか存じないけれ
I
ど
don't know who you are, but thank you.
彼女は私
I
を
wonder if she'll forgive me.
あんたは20
You've worried about it for nearly 20 years. That's far too long.
彼女はも
She'd tell you that you'd suffered more than enough already.
そうですよ
That's right, Aunt Rosa.
あなたが
The
悲し
sadder
み
you
を
are,
悲し
the
む
sadder Beatrice would be.
と
あなたまで
You too.
ありがとう
Thank you.
私には
I don't know if I'll be
私がいる
forgiven,
彼女が許して
but I'll keep on speaking to my heart to see whether she'll forgive me or not.
二人とも
Thanks, you two.
恥ずかしいところ
Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me.
綺麗事を言った
And I'm sorry to say this right after saying something so pretty, but I want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened back then.
ウィルさん
Will.
ありがとう
Thanks, but it's fine.
話すわ
I'll talk.
誰にも話さず
Hiding this and keeping quiet about it for so long might have been my greatest sin.
お前がベアトリー
Then
チ
you
ェ
say.
に出会ったのは
Exactly when was it that you met
そう
Beatrice?
なのか
Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes lightly, reached back to a past she didn't want to remember.
20年ほど昔
It
の
was about 20 years ago.
20
20, or it might have been 18 or 19.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
長いこと無理
I've tried to force myself to forget it for so long that I've nearly forgotten that part completely.
1960
It should have been 1967. Renov had guaranteed that with the red truth in the third game. That's true.
そうね
That's right.
多分
It was probably about 1967.
あの時の出来事
I can remember what happened as clearly as a picture. I'll never forget.
辛かったら無理に話す必要は
If it's tough for you, then don't feel like you have to tell us.
写真のように
Yes, clear as a picture if you don't mind.
痛えぞリオン
That hurts, Leon.
何のことやら
What does? Oh, that bit's gonna get old fast. At the time, I was in a state of shock, since my tutor told Mother about something that was supposed to be a secret. On that day, I became reckless, and I kept on running deeper and deeper into the forest.
どこまでもかけていったの
This tale also has been told in the previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she went deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice.
ほんの少
But
し
that forest is so
分ける
thick,
ことすら難しい
even pushing your way through a bit of it is hard, right?
自分でも驚くわ
I even surprised
あ
myself
んな鬱蒼として
to think that I made it so far into such a dense
たく
forest.
さんの
I was tormented by twigs and sharp leaves over and over again.
でも
However, that wasn't enough to bother me on that day. After all, I wanted to disappear into the forest and vanish forever. If by some chance there really was a witch's mansion in the depths of the forest, I hoped that she might take me to some paradise, or else turn me into a frog and make me a resident of the forest. Then you reached the hidden mansion, Kuadorian, and met a woman who called herself Beatrice. Yes, I met her. Was that Beatrice the same as the one in the portrait? Yes. They were the same person. Beautiful blue eyes, golden hair, black dress. It truly was the person in that portrait. When Father first had it hung, I realized that the 20 years I spent trying to forget must have seemed like just as long to Father, if not even longer. And I became even more fearful of my sin. Stop there. Are we sure that this is the same Beatrice that Rosa met? Immediately, Carrie spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that the Beatrice Kinzo met and the one Rosa met were the same person. When am I getting that painting? Don't tempt me. I just got the playmat. I ordered it this week. Don't tempt me. I'll hang that painting in my room. The time and generation didn't match up. Beatrice is supposed to be that lady of leisure who lent Dad all that gold shortly after the war, right? By using Beatrice's gold as a foundation, Father revived the Ushiromiya family and got super rich. Then he bought Rokkanjima and moved over. Rosa meeting her must have been at least 10 years after that. A woman who could do as she pleased with 10 tons of gold could hardly become some little girl. Or could hardly be some little girl. And 10 more years passed before she met Rosa. Rosa? 128. About how old did that Beatrice you met look? She looked older than I was at the time, but even so, it looked like she might just be reaching adulthood. Yeah, just the sort of age the Beatrice in the portrait is. Did she look middle-aged or past her prime? If I had to call her an adult or a child, she was closer to being a child. There's no way she was middle-aged. And isn't that strange? We have the Beatrice you met, and the Beatrice who gave Father the gold, but their ages don't match. In other words, they're different people. Different people who look very similar and have the same name. Might have been her daughter? A kid would obviously end up looking like her mother. His mistress's daughter. It is possible. I guess I never... I didn't consider the possibility that that was her daughter. Then who's the third Beatrice? I did have my Beatrice incest farm theory in episode 3. That one went off the freaking rocker. I hope that one's not true. Father had an illegitimate child with Beatrice who gave him the gold. And then Rosa bumped into Beatrice II. That way, the ages fit just fine. I see. In other words, there are two people who can be called Beatrice. Kinzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. It made sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head. So it would seem that this funeral exists for the two Beatrices he couldn't mourn, because they were kept secret. Rosa, I know you probably don't want to remember, but tell me about that accident. That painting would be so sick to have. After Beatrice fell, was she still breathing? No. Her eyes were open wide. She fell upside down, head first, oh my gosh, and knocked her head against a sharp crag on the rocky beach. And she fell from such a height. Her skull had split and caved inwards. That beautiful golden hair was stained red with blood almost instantly. Red hair. Yeah, just disturbing my roommates by screaming Beatrice in front of a painting that I hung in the living room. Drinking the broth of the apocalypse. Was it the sort of wound that clearly showed that she was dead? Yes. I saw the insides of her cracked head. It had caved in deep enough to fit your fist inside it. No one could have been naive enough to see that and still hope that she was still alive. Will, do you really need to ask anything more? That's enough for the time of the accident. What did you do afterwards? I dashed away at full speed. I can't say I was thinking about calling for help. I wanted to escape from that place as fast as I could. Half crazed, sobbing, and out of breath, I kept on running about at random. Eventually, I came across a familiar lion statue. Lion statue? Is Sakutaro based on this lion statue? Oh, the one in front of the chapel. No, the one behind it. Anyway, I made it back to the mansion. I couldn't tell anyone, and I didn't want to. I stayed quiet until nightfall. It was so horrible of me. If I had hurried and told someone, they might have brought her a first aid kit, and she might have been saved. How is the first aid kit going to help with a crushed cranium? You didn't kill her. Don't worry about that anymore. Then what did you do next? That night, I turned over in my bed so many times, I couldn't sleep. Late that night, I quietly called Genji on the phone and told him. What did he say? He told me to let him handle everything and speak of this to no one. I spent the next several days terrified that father would call for me and scold me. But he didn't. Genji kept on doing his job quietly, just like normal. Father stayed locked up in his study, not knowing any of it. At the very least, none of us ever heard about it. Genji probably managed to clean everything up nicely. After all, they couldn't let knowledge of that child go public. Even if she was an illegitimate child, she was still his daughter by blood. It must have been tough for father, not being able to hold a real funeral for her. I suppose that's why we're having this funeral. And then? That's all I know. And that's all I know too. I'm not hiding anything else. I've told you everything. I swear it. Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had apparently been a little more than a review of the information he already knew. Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Is that enough for you, Will? Are you satisfied? That's enough. It was a nice review. To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he'd heard of all that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death, but none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more than what was in the fragments Baron Castell had given him, he would need to find new testimony. Leon? Tell Kinzo that I want to talk to him. It looks like we won't get anywhere without asking the man himself. Where are you going? I'm going to cool my head and organize my thoughts. Don't follow. Well then, pardon me. Please, take your time. After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. There's no way this whole thing takes place inside this chapel. I guess it could. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting. So, how's the game going? After he'd come here for a little peace and quiet, and he had come here for a little peace and quiet. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out. That's my line. It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Baron Castell appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable. Battler annoyed me over and over with his incompetence. You're quite competent compared to him, so it's much more relaxing to watch you work. Unlike Ushiromiya Battler's games, I have nothing standing in my way. It's easy. Oh! Check this out. Battler hasn't made an appearance at this funeral yet. In this fragment, Battler never came back to the Ushiromiya family because Leon exists. And because Leon exists, Kinzo already selected a successor. So there's no reason for Rudolph to enact that plan that I talked about at the beginning of the stream that would bring Battler in as a possible successor. So because Leon exists, Leon exists, no need for Battler to come back. Battler's not at the funeral. That sort of game has already ended. Tales can be enjoyed twice. First you love them, then you tear out their guts. So I'm a butcher now? So, do you think you figured out who killed Beatrice? Rosa's confession is something I already know from a previous fragment. There was no brand new information. We're still at square one. Unless Ushirimiya Kinzo tells us what really happened, we won't get any further than this. We gotta talk to Genji, too. Don't tell me you're arguing with Kinzo and persuading him to spill the beans. Oh, excuse me. Don't tell me that arguing with Kinzo and persuading him to spill the beans is supposed to be part of this game. That'd be fatally boring. Kinzo refuses to speak of the truth and is himself the king, protected by his castle. But it wouldn't be any fun to have that stand in the way of your game. I won't torture. Not my style. I know. As the game master, I will grant you power, so that you can get the truth from Kinzo, of course. Still wearing shoes, Baron Castell stepped onto the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offering, and blew hard, as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Then a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will, no longer gold, but the shine of a transparent crystal. The detective's authority? What? That pathetic ability? No. This is an invention of the grandstands. Excuse me, an invitation of the grandstands. Theater-going authority. That's supposed to be forbidden without authorization from the Senate. GTFO? Why? I am the one giving it. On my game board, I am the Senate. Who's gonna stop me? Though the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useless it was to argue with witches and snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared. Entertain me, if you can, and try to enjoy yourself. You must also be interested in seeing what guts of Beatrice's game board looks like, right? Not really. After Will's rude answer, Baron Castell vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him, near the door that led outside. Who is it? Ah, there's Shannon. Pardon me. I heard a voice, so I wondered who it was. Ah, Shannon. So you're running the reception desk this time. Yes. I've been taking turns with Cannon to run the reception desk. And Cannon? A short while ago, he was ordered by, Leon to take a break. So he's resting now. You don't know Leon either. No, that's not. Ushimiya Leon is the successor, the one who wears the silver ring. Why are you stumbling over that name when you've worked here for 10 years? That's... Don't worry. I don't recognize Leon either. Kraus is supposed to be the successor. Jessica is supposed to be his only child. There hasn't been a single fragment with anyone named Leon in the Ushimiya family. When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more. Where is this place? I think it's the Ushimiya family chapel. However, something feels different about it. Also, I never knew that someone named Leon existed. And yet Madame, Kraus, the Master, Milady, and all the relatives all talk as though it's perfectly natural. I just don't understand what's happening. Leon is a piece placed by Baron Castell. She also said that, in order to place that piece, she switched over to a larger cat box. On top of that, it seems this world isn't a proper world, but one made out of several different fragments sewn together. It is as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down popcorn. How long have you worked here in this world? 10 years? I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Kinzo. Since Shannon has been working here for 10 years, this world takes place in 1986, a stage, a Beto's game. In that case, Kinzo shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago. Baron Castell promised that all of the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. She must have really packed it together to fit everything in. I see. So it really is a special stage. You've served the Ushimiya family for many years. Just how much do you know about Beatrice?
親方様が深
I know the master loved her deeply, but other than that,
それだけか
that all? And,
源島の
they say she's the master of Rokenshima's knight.
そうだ
That's right.
夜な夜な屋
The
敷
name of the ghost rumored to wander the mansion night after night is also Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェだ
That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. First is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Kinzo the gold. The second is the one from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. The third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night of Rokenjima.
フルドエリカの
Frudo Erica's reasoning was probably correct.
もともと
It started out as a legend of evil spirits on Rokenjima. Later on, elements such as Kinzo's hobbies, the name and portrait,
名前気分が
and the epitaph got mixed in, and it was all integrated into the legend of the Golden Witch.
そして夜の
Then the darkness of the night gained the personality of a witch. That's the third Beatrice. This became the veil for the serial murders.
えっと
Oh, apparently she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty.
無理に理解する
Don't waste your time trying to
普通
understand.
にならん
You'll just get a headache. My
申し
apologies.
訳ございません
カノンもリオ
Cannon doesn't know Leon either, huh?
はい
Right.
カノン君も
Cannon was the same
私
as
と同
me.
じでした
Cannon and Cannon, is it?
カノンも呼んだ
Call Cannon over here. I want to talk to the pair of you about something. Interesting. So Shannon and Cannon have had an idea of the game going on for a while now. Oh, hey. Wait. Where is she? There she is. Aware Shannon and Cannon. Yes. So they've been aware in pretty much every game. Like starting as early as the second game, Shannon and Cannon remembered stuff. So I think that's another reason I think they might be like a narrative device in the game rather than actual people who were on Rokenjima in 1986. I don't think there were people named Shannon and Cannon, or again in the form that we're seeing them. I don't think they existed on Rokenjima in 1986. I think they are above the board in a manner of speaking, whereas most of the family members who don't remember the things in between games were there and are just kind of reliving the thing over and over again, completely naive. When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide.
申し訳ございません
My apologies. We aren't allowed to leave the reception desk unmanned, so I can't leave to go get him.
なら
Thus,
誰か代わりを呼
then
ん
find a replacement and have them take over the reception desk until you get back.
あんたと
Who is this guy? This is Will. You, me, and
リ
Cannon.
オンを知らない3人で
We, the 3 people who don't know Leon, need to talk.
受付は一人
We've been told that one person is enough to run the reception
2
desk.
人いちゃいけね
But
え
no one told you there was anything wrong with 2 people manning it, right?
本日は人手
We're low on helpers today. So we were told that having 2 people at the reception desk would be unnecessary. This is super sus versus what I was talking about earlier. Will gives you Delanor vibes. It's funny you say that because he is an inquisitor. He's a detective working for the Inquisition.
誰がそう
Who gave you that order?
金蔵か
Kinzo? Kraus?
それとも
Or was it Leon?
確認する
I will check with them.
私の命令
It was the one who orders me.
私は命令
I cannot disobey orders. Delanor?
その命令権者は誰
Who is this person?
そいつに交
I'll
渉する
negotiate with them.
交渉などできません
She's talking like Delanor. She's Morbin. You cannot negotiate.
私たちの
It is the one who orders. Oh, she's pogging, yeah.
ここへカノン
Call Cannon over here.
は拷問
I hate theater going just as much as I hate torture. Slowly, Will pulled out his right hand out of his pocket. Shannon's glitching, malfunctioning. When he slowly opened his fist, a small bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal given to him by Bern Costello had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her.
カノンを呼べ
Getting Cannon and Shannon in the same room together is causing Shannon to glitch out. If they're not the same person or something, I don't know what's going on.
お前たちに
I want to check something with you two.
お呼びできます。
I cannot call him. Do you still want me to? Oh,
ご希望ですか？
Shannon took too many tabs.
呼ばね
If you don't call him, I'm going to use my authority.
撃する。
どうしてもとおっしゃるのでしたら、
If you insist, I can call him specifically for you, but... There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand in his pocket, and his right palm glowing and stretched outwards to her. Shannon just stood there, her hand still folded politely in front of her. Her posture beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though wind-swept drops of rain were sparking and cracking in midair.
カノン君を呼んでまいりますが、
I will go call Cannon.
よろしいですか？
Are you absolutely certain? Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle, and yet the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. If Shannon and Cannon is the same person, what do they even do if Will forced them to try to get in the same room? Apparently they pog out and explode. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was similar to that. Oh, is Baron Castell saying he's putting himself in check? I see. So after all...
もう分かった。
I get it.
十分だ。
That's enough.
二人で交代
You guys can take it in turns to run the reception desk. Slowly, Will lowered his hand.
ご理解いただ
Thank
き
you for understanding.
助かります。
The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they had always been.
おや、お帰りですか？
I will allow the phrase "murder a bitch" in my chat. My auto mod tried to suspend it. The actual NPC behaviors, right? Oh, are you leaving? Footsteps approached them. It was Leon.
立ち話を
Shannon just trying to murder him fits with the whole accidental checkmate. XPS3 version of the scene. Oh, there were golden butterflies appearing there in the background. What do you mean? Just having a casual conversation. I wanted to ask her something.
それは何でしょう？
What could that be?
そしてそれは
Did you find what you were looking for?
ああ
Yeah.
お役に立て
I'm honored to have been of service.
それは残念。
So strange. The one who gives me orders, which would be Leon probably, doesn't want Shannon and Cannon talking with Will at the same time. Yeah, Shannon's so normal. That's a shame. If you were looking for an umbrella, I could have gotten you one right away.
建造に話はつい
Did
て
you convince Kinzo?
珍しい客人
I told him that a rare guest wanted to greet him. He said he shall meet with you.
ベアトリーチェのことを聞きたいとは
Did you tell him that I wanted to talk about Beatrice? Golden Butterfly seemed to suggest magic was going to happen in PS3 version. Then it was about to destroy Will with magic. Huh. Probably not worth talking about the PS3 version, though, as I don't have it. And this game can obviously be experienced in full without the PS3 version. So it's kind of cool that there's a difference there. But, again, as I've requested to other chatters, that's information that, like, it's not a direct spoiler or anything, but it definitely, like, curbs my thinking. PS3 version makes Jessica British? Ew. Also, gender... Wait, so you know about the PS3 version of the previous scene, but you don't know who this character is? I don't believe you.
それはあなたの仕事でしょ？
Did you tell him I wanted to ask about Beatrice? Isn't that your job? Isn't that your job? With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed.
ない
Ah, well.
こいつを試す
Guess I'll get a chance to try this out at least. Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand, without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at the strange gesture.
ご苦労様です。
Good work. Ah, okay. They're in cahoots. Wait, your name was...
シャノンです。
It's Shannon.
そうだった。
That's right, Shannon.
引き続き
Please take over at the reception desk. Alright, I don't buy it for a second. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, and my arms are small. Y'all know each other. You're all in cahoots. You're pretending to not remember each other's names and be unfamiliar. That's my blue truth right now.
肩を冷やさないよう
And
に。
make sure you keep warm.
ありがとうござい
Thank you very much, Leon.
ます。リオン様。
Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. Jenner, no, this is Leon. This is Krause's other child. Krause Nazi's other child who has inherited the succession of the Ushumiya family. Leon forgetting your 10-year servant, truly eat the rich. Yeah, like, I think it's a scam. I think it's a scam. Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner.
参りましょう。ビル。
Let's go, Will.
せっかく時間をいただ
You
き
don't want to miss this chance.
当主様の
The head's mood changes quicker than the autumn sky.
いってらっしゃいませ。
Good luck. Here we go. Alright, we'll do one more chapter for tonight. I'm going to take a short break, as I do. Use the bathroom, refill my water. Y'all can do the same. We're going to do one more chapter tonight. I think it's okay for Shannon to throw shade. So yeah, it's definitely a one-way street in that regard. Because if the
ウィラードさんをお連れし
master of the house is forgetting the servants' names, I think that's just straight disrespect. If the servant is forgetting the master's name because the master forgets the servant's name, that's like well-deserved. Like, take that. All right, I'm gonna run an ad. I'll be right back, and then we'll do one more chapter. Minute more of ads. I should have run a 2-minute instead of a 2-minute instead of a 3. That's okay. Interesting stuff here. So it seems like Leon, and then they talked about a maid in the case at the beginning that Will went and interrupted. Obviously not something directly related to what's happening on Rokujima, right? Or yeah, I guess we're on Rokujima right now. But definitely, you know, a narrative device and meant to be indicative of something that we might want to look at here. And I think sus on the maid for sure. We did see Canon. So it's not like Canon doesn't exist on this version of the island, per se. Or it doesn't exist in whatever form we've seen him in. But I think I cast huge sus on a pair of Shannon and Canon. Especially with... So if we look at that scene where he tried to use the theater goers' authority to get Shannon to call Canon in, Shannon was like going to fight him. It wasn't that she was like glitching out as much as I think I think he said he was putting himself into check. So I think that was him getting into danger by doing so, which is very interesting. Brought Willard. Barrier powers are always overpowered, yes. Kinzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Kinzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep. Master, the guest has come to see you. Kinzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will. I am Ushiromiya Kinzo. Will? Kinzo is alive here, yes. I'm Willard. Allow me to, well, allegedly. Allow me to express my condolences. So you came here to attend Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you? I'm no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You'll just get a headache. Ow. I ask that you choose your words a little more carefully, Smill. What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me? I want to ask about Beatrice. What? Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct. Why do you ask? You're no one, aren't you? Why do you want to know about Beatrice? Is it bad that I ship Will and Leon here? I don't know. Is it? Probably some level of age gap. I don't know how old Will is, but I don't think there would be anything else bad about it. Because I'm no one. Or I guess because Will is no one, that might also have... And Leon probably isn't real either, so... I don't know, maybe that's fine then. I listened to your tale impartially and recorded. You'll probably leave this world before too long. If you die without telling anyone anything about Beatrice, your children will adorn with whatever Beatrice with whatever tale they please, writing that into their memories. No one's real? You're so right. I wish Beatrice was real. You entertain me, boy. Do you plan on writing my will for me? Then who's driving the car? It's a self-driving car. But that's none of your business. Beatrice is mine alone. No matter what other people say, no one can defile our tale. What they say is of no consequence. No matter how Kraus or the others misconstrue it, it will be neither painful nor vexing to me. There's the whole Balor's Kinzo thing, too, that's a possibility. Right, like this is... But, like, it doesn't explain how... No. I don't know. I don't think that's... I'm just going to drop that one for now, unless we see anything else that provides some evidence besides Battler wore the cloak. Many ship Will and Leon? Not surprising. Willard, the master is not fond of wills. So get out. Your name is Will. He is not the sort of man who would abandon a task, so that it might be performed after his life end. Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit unlike you. The ability to struggle on as long as we have life is what makes us human. You think I would give up so soon and leave behind a will? How laughably absurd. Yes, that does sound a bit more like you. Not your style to ask someone to write about the past, just because you think your death is drawing near. We know how deeply you love Beatrice. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know, and an example for us to follow in every aspect of our lives. Please guide our wandering souls and tell us just how much you loved her, grandfather. How were you able to live through everything you faced because of her love? I only asked for you to guide us by showing us that love's strength. Oh, you're pretty good at this. Your fault for being so tactless. Boy, what do you know of Beatrice? A truly ignorant person wouldn't even be interested in learning more. The mere fact that you know her name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected. Good point. The Beatrice I know of is the woman you loved, the one you met before the mansion on Rokkenjima was even built. However, you probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter. And that's the girl who was raised in Kuadorian. Oh. Willard? There's no building known as Kuadorian on Rokkenjima.
そのクワド
Say it in red. That name, Kuadorian.
さっきローザおばさん
You mentioned it when you were talking with Aunt Rosa,
そ
too.
れは一体何
What in the world does it mean? Oh. So Leon doesn't know about Kuadorian, which might make some sense. But Rosa and Rudolph and Ava and all them, they knew about it in the... So are they the ones from the games we've seen, and Leon and some of these people are from a different fragment? I mean, it has to be blatant. There is no Warren... There is no Kuadorian on Rokkenshima. You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep in the forest where his mistress's daughter lived. Interesting. So you actually know the name of Kuadorian. Continue. You have sparked my interest. Kinzo shrugged and grinned.
クアドリアンにいたのはベアト
This is actually the first time that someone's been able to talk to Kinzo with knowledge of the game. The one living in Kuadorian must probably be Beatrice's daughter. So the setup here is this is Baron Castell's game that she invited Willard to try to solve because she's bored. Which, there's got to be more to it than that. There's got to be more to it than that because Baron Castell doesn't do anything without purpose. And I know that for a fact. She says she's bored, and I do believe that's true. But she doesn't do anything without purpose. I imagine in constructing this game by saying who killed Beatrice, in constructing this game and have Willard, one of the best witch hunters / detectives in this like magical meta world, solve it, it's cementing that it happened. So by creating this game and having it happen, I imagine Baron Castell is trying to effectively and actually kill Beatrice. If Willard solves this game, Beatrice will die, is my thought here. And so Baron Castell set this up such that that can happen. The one living in Kuadorian was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seems that you at least didn't think of her that way. Oh. Then how did I think of her?
後ろ宮ロ
When Ushimiya Rosa went to Kuadorian, Beatrice told her a little about herself.
その中で
In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same as when she spoke to you directly. Though she said that she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. That's exactly like the chick Beatrice and Battler. There's so many parallels to this Beatrice and the chick Beatrice from episode 6, and then Kinzo and Battler. There's so many parallels, but I can't quite piece together what it means. And the thing that's keeping me from doing that is the age of all the parents and children in the time that various things happen. Rosa being 10 when... I mean, oh, unless... Are they going to do a Virtue's Last Reward on us? And are we going to find out that Battler is actually, like, as old as... But then how would Rudolph be his dad? That's the thing that doesn't make sense. Rudolph being Battler's dad, unless he's just posing as Battler's dad, but why would he do that if Battler were actually, like, Kinzo's kid? And it was Kinzo's kid, Battler, whom he asked this chick Beatrice to call him Kinzo. My brain is overheating right now. My gears are turning a little too fast. But... it's just so weird how parallel that is, and the timelines are what are making it not make sense to me. So I wouldn't put it past a VN because it's happened to me before that, like Sigma in VLR, he was actually old as hell, but you thought he was young because of how the story was framed. And so Battler, the whole, oh, Battler, you're so tall, blah blah blah, like, oh, you blah blah blah, you've grown so much. What if he's acting like a 50-year-old man? What the Sigma?
呼ばなかったのか
She either chose not to call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you
それ
that.
が意味する
That can only mean one thing.
一つしかない
And what might that be?
生まれ変わる
Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as a child Beatrice left behind. You believed that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body.
源氏
Then Battler's will, but then who is phone? You believe that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body, Genji.
あんたはかつて
Well,
夏日
Genji, once in the past, you spoke in front of Natsuhi and several other family members,
金蔵とベアトリーチェ
stating that there never was a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. I honestly, if this theory I'm talking about is correct, then Will is even too young to be Battler. Battler would have to be like 50 or some. Genji, once in the past you spoke in front of Natsuhi. Okay, yeah.
記憶にご
I have no
ざいます
memory of saying this. Of course, the game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. Kinzo's Battler, Will's Battler, any other Battlers I should know about? Dameda! However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together. He denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that."
聞いたこと
Then
が
that may have been a lie, but in a way, it was a model answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice
も
reborn.
のなんだからな
ウィル
Will,
何の話か
I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head.
冒涜じゃね
This isn't slander,
推理だ
it's reasoning.
だが
However, I understand the heart.
ベアトリーチェは
In your eyes, Beatrice was the woman you loved most. She remained that way, even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the
生
slightest.
まれた時か
I
ら
doubt you thought of her as Beatrice reborn in the moment of her birth.
だが
However,
美
it
しい
wouldn't be strange if you slowly began to wonder whether that child,
お前は次第
whose blue eyes and beautiful blonde hair reminded you of a younger Beatrice,
それはおかしいことじゃね
might actually be Beatrice reborn.
親方
Master,
よろしいの
Shall I? Shall I drag this rude child out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past.
娘は美しい
Your daughter grew to be beautiful, and nearly identical to her
お
mother.
前は狂気
You must have been ecstatic. However, I doubt you'll be completely satisfied by this alone. I don't think Beatrice is Kinzo's daughter.
お前にとってベアトリーチェ
After
は
all,
生まれ変わりであった
Though she was Beatrice reborn to you,
当の本人にと
she didn't think of herself that
そう
way.
だ
なぜそん
How can you know that?
本人
Whenever she was called Beatrice,
ベアトリーチェと
she got this feeling she couldn't shake away,
拭えず
a feeling that something was out of place.
人は生まれながらに与え
People never felt anything out of place about the name they're given at the time of their birth.
だが彼女は覚えた
However, she did have that feeling. That must mean she was aware of the name Beatrice, that the name Beatrice was not hers.
彼女が自覚していたに
Which is true. The name was given to her. In Kuadorian, she asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I can't use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body.
この身に封じられているだけなの
記憶は
Her memory
いずれも
would have returned eventually.
あれは
She must truly have been Beatrice reborn.
記憶は戻
Her memory was coming back bit by bit.
我が魔術
My magical ceremonies were helping her regain her memories one little bit at a
で
time.
はあるが記憶を取り戻しつつあった
Head-sama.
驚くこと
There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far,
そのままのこと
this is the obvious answer you get. Will is right about the rebirth. I think I might have clicked on something.
上層
Oh.
のベアトリーチェはそれを
The high-level Beatrice talked about
死んで逃れた
this.
魔女の魂
By metaphor, then she said that Kinzo refused to let the witch's soul escape even after
そ
death,
して
and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh.
例えた
She also said that her power and memory had been
その
sealed.
解釈も
If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense.
ウィラード様
Willard,
親方様は
thanks to powerful magical ceremonies,
魔法の儀
the
式
master gained a reborn child of the dead Beatrice.
それを否定
That cannot be
で
denied.
きません
忘れられない
I won't deny the stork, and I don't intend to doubt the depths of Kinzo's love for this woman called Beatrice.
忘れがたみに
How a man shows his affection for a child whose only living reminder of her mother is no one's
育
business.
つほどに
If she grew to look more and more like Beatrice, and Kinzo's love gave rise to a new, special emotion, I find that a very human reaction.
お前に
You think you can understand my love?
理解するし
I'm not qualified to understand it. However, I'm also not qualified to deny it.
ベアトリー
Oh, he's about to hit the fattest.
私を 許してくれ。
Beatrice, please forgive me. Kinzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotion onto someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Kuadorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. The woman simply couldn't believe that she was the Beatrice Kinzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. Exactly like the chick Beatrice with Battler. That's the grove where the baby and the servant went off the edge, by the way. Then she fell from the cliff and died. Genji handled that death, which couldn't become public knowledge very quietly. He handled it very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You can never do that. That's why it festered within you. Grandfather, you lost your mistress's daughter. No, you lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart, and it eventually festered and turned into madness. That's what spurred you on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff right there. Why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, that beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms not once, but twice? Die in my arms? Is that how much you... Oh. By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes scratched his head in anguish, sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. Why he's the goat. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared. They already know that much. Perhaps we can tell them the rest? Oh. So if they know that much, I don't believe there's anything more to tell. No, we should tell them. As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Kuadorian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now someone has appeared who is worthy to hear it. Whoa. I believe that now is the time to tell them all without holding back. Kumasawa, do you know something about Beatrice? Of course she does. In the fourth game, we have testimony from the ferryboat captain saying Kumasawa went in and out of Kuadorian. I'd be willing to bet that Kumasawa had different work shifts at the mansion in Kuadorian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kumasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value. That is correct. You might even call me her wet nurse. No way. I can't believe it. So, everything Will-san said is the truth? Yes, it is a fact. A secret mansion was constructed on the opposite side of the island for Beatrice. Kuadorian's existence is truth. I don't know when Kinzo married his official wife, but at that time he already had an enormous store of wealth and had bought Rakunjima whole. He then built 2 mansions and set up 2 separate lives. Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities at the time. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain 2 separate lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time. The master stayed in Kuadorian as much as time allowed. He would sometimes pretend to go on a business trip and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice. It was not a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the dead Beatrice, and it was a heartwarming thing. The way you say it makes it sound like he sometimes treated her as a substitute for the dead Beatrice. Oh, if it sounded that way, my apologies. Beatrice probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand. Kumasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was sometimes misplaced. However, The more she grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted. Oh no. Don't tell me the Beatrice incest farm is real. You are right to scold me, my friend. I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, I must acknowledge that I poured that affection onto the wrong person. Grandfather. Wait, you don't mean... Leon. All humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there is always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together. No way. Grandfather. Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle. Dude, I called this shit in episode 3, bro. Master, the time to speak has arrived, has it not? See. So that time has come, my friend. Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear. Master, I believe they may have the qualifications and the right to know. I know. Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heaven has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now. After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes. Wait! Is Battler the incest baby of Beatrice and Kinzo? But why would he have committed a sin 6 years ago? I brought that up as a possibility. I still don't know if I buy it. But I wonder. Grandfather. You listen too, Leon. Yes. Willard, was it? Yeah. I thank you for giving me a chance to speak of the truth while I'm still able. You must surely be a messenger from heaven, sent by Beatrice. You have my gratitude. Beatrice isn't the only one you have to thank. It was just a witch. Well, I guess they're both witches. I don't care who it was. I have been given a chance. That is enough. Thank you, Willard. Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was the power that Bernkastel had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it. Now I will speak. I met Beatrice. Beatrice Castiglione. Hey, she's Italian. Let's go. Beatrice Castiglione. Just before the end of the war, she came from across the sea. Pinched fingers emoji. Huh? Kinzo? I cook the gold. I kill the family. I'm Italian Beatrice. It's the one. It's like I make it a rocket. I buy it a Twitter. I'm Italian Elon Musk. That does look a lot like Battler, the young Kinzo. Are you Kinzo? It's how grandfather looked in the past. I've seen photos. Just what on earth? The Godfather is different than I expected. It's just his peak. It's the theater-going power that Bernkastel gave me. Don't try and understand. I'll just get a headache. You're getting the hang of this. At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though, the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Battler. They looked very similar. Yeah, like 100%, eh? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ushumiya Kinzo,
おじい様
grandfather. Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler's somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other.
私は後宮家な
I
ど
had no desire to succeed the Ushumiya family headship.
私が当主に選ばれたのは運命のいたずらに過ぎぬのだ
So you see, Kinzo could have passed on his hair. Yeah, for sure. He does kind of look like Steve Martin. My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate. In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away, and you were selected from the branch families.
そうです
That's
おじい
correct.
様は
After all, grandfather was wise despite his youth, and he already possessed the dignity fitting for the headship.
私の方でしたから
とんでもない
Ridiculous.
欲深な長
Those greedy elders kept looking out for their own personal interests,
を主張
and
し
couldn't decide on a new head at all.
まるで
It was foolish. It was as foolish as arguing about who the new captain should be on a sinking ship.
だからこそ
So since you had no connections with anyone in the main family, you were selected right out of the blue.
抜擢を受けた
Where the hell is the red hair coming from? He might have had it earlier.
全ては
It's all because of my toes.
足の指が
If only I'd had one less toe on each foot, my life might have turned out quite differently.
全く異なるものになっていたであろう
In the Ushumiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. After all, many of the greatest ones in their family history had possessed it.
くだらぬ話よ
I guess from Kiri's side of the family, since Angie's hair is red too. That's possible, but Kiri isn't Battler's mom, allegedly. I still think she might be, but like allegedly Kiri isn't Battler's mom. It's all very pathetic. The elders didn't care whom they dragged in as long as they wouldn't benefit any one of them particularly.
たまたま分家
So they just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes
それでいい
and decided that would do well enough.
そういうことだ
Precisely.
長老ども
The elders didn't care what sort of novice became the next head, as long as they could make him their puppet.
むしろ
In fact,
帝王
the more this person was ignorant of leadership, the better it would be for them.
おじい様
Grandfather,
リオン
Leon,
お前は違
quite different in your
う
case.
お前は
You will be the one who inherits everything I have.
全てを受け継ぐ
It's also possible that the baby that Kinzo gave to Natsuhi was the child that he and this daughter Beatrice had. Gonna have to go to sleep. Enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Next one's gonna be on Sunday, cause I'm going to a regional this weekend. So next one will be on Sunday when I get back. So look forward to that.
お前が生
That is the fate you were granted on the day of your
だ
birth.
からこそ
That is why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. You are quite different from
誰
me.
にも恥じ
You
る
are already a splendid successor, of whom no one could be ashamed. Yes, sir.
操り人形の当
A
主
puppet for the head.
気楽なも
I
の
doubt that could have been easy. As he pondered about where to begin, Kinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from.
あれは
It lasted for so long, that span of gray days.
それは私
That dizzying stench of time I spent dead,
庭に
like moss growing on a rock.
昨日
I became the rope in the tug of war between the elders, who thought of nothing but their own profit. And I probably could have snapped at any moment. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed. Though I was forced to search for death on my own. Before I realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. Real. That dizzying long stretch of gray was left completely empty. It lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person could be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult, then I spent a period of time long enough to create a human, doing nothing but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppets. Ironically, though, that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara, and yet my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible levels, so I could hardly believe this worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Ushumiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I have any independence. There was no need for me to get involved with anything. I was just a doll sitting there on the doll rack, gathering dust. I remembered nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself up inside my own world, doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks. It lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, suddenly I had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. But that did not matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Ushiromiya family head.
Ah.
Yeah, on some level, I did feel as though I was being slowly and quietly killed. I can't believe it. To think that you, the one who has been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, lived a life like that for so long. Leon, there's nothing so long and faint as a life you do not live for yourself. And yet, it slides on by in the blink of an eye. Do not forget this. A life you live for yourself. Living means having your own will. You probably were dead during that time. Precisely. I wanted to live. No. I wanted to die. How can a puppet die? By cutting the strings? Correct. That would be death, and it would also be life, since it would mean being free. Before I realized that trouble was brewing in the world. World War II, the Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me, it was because I was their precious puppet. So the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Ushiromiya family had almost completely collapsed, and since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So I realized I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from, and began to search for a place to end my life. So you searched for death on the battlefield. I thought that if I was going to die anyways, I should try to be of some use to my country. No, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death. I heard that grandfather had knowledge necessary for public works projects and construction, so he was tasked with setting up facilities for the Navy construction team. And what a foolish mistake that was. If only I had just said that I had no useful skills, I could have been sent to the dangerous front line right away. So you didn't need to go out to the front lines. Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. I had only wanted to get drunk on the liquor known as dying for the sake of one's country. The US planes did nothing but cut across the sky of that forgotten island. They didn't even have a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb. Is this the time you met Beatrice, grandfather? Correct. She came to me from the sea. Where did you meet her? You mentioned an island. Yes, this island. That's where she arrived. So you met her here, on Rokkenjima? What's going on? I heard that Rokkenjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew that there was a Japanese military base here. Ah, yes. You could hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. I was one of the guards of that cave. Guard of a cave. 1944. Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantry shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military was a type of manned torpedo known as the Kaiten. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Island, to Yokosuka, all to house submarines loaded with Kaiten torpedoes.
八丈島に基地
I
が
know there was a Kaiten base construction on Hachicho Island,
しかしそれが
but was there actually one on Rokkenjima too?
どこの間抜けが
What fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island? To better preserve its secrecy? Ridiculous. I could never understand what higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly want to. The Kaiten, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was an ultimate weapon. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island of Rokkenjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base.
お前は
So you were tasked with aiding in the establishment of that base.
建設
Establishment? Certainly. If you call digging out a cave establishment.
しかもその
Not only that, the base was abandoned before its completion.
どうしてです
Why?
当時の日本
Because at the time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to transport a Kaiten torpedo. How truly laughable.
潜水艦も
What's the point in having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left?
役人の無
If
意
there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects. The base on Hachijo Island was outfitted with Kaiten torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks. But Rokkenjima was never supplied with any. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island, waiting for orders from above that never came. Hold on. Kaiten is 6 characters. Behold the Sweetfish River running from my beloved hometown. Are the Sweetfish submarines? Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island, waiting for orders from above. Is Hachijo Island a real place? Hachijo Island is a real place. Might have to revisit that. Could the fact that it was a hidden base actually have sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. That's where he found the gold, I bet. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospects of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here. But before any of us had to face a real battle, of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped and hoped for American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty and blank. Let us go back. Back to the turning point of my life and my fate. The time that Ushiromiya Kinzo became truly alive. Chapter ends. Oh boy, can't wait till Sunday, huh? I wonder what happened on that island.
Hold
on, let me look. How long is the next chapter? 34 minutes. I think I'm going to do one more chapter. What did happen on this island? Yeah, what did happen on Rokkenjima? You're right. We've seen a lot of what happened on this island. 34 minutes for the next chapter. I think I will do it. One more chapter. One more for real, for real. Step it up. What are you doing, slacking off when the fighting's so close? Stars seemed to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but it'd only make him more angry. Got no intentions of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason. So I got up and stood at attention. Hello, Lunar Festival. Thank you. Yes, very good. One more. The fighting's close, isn't it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time. What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans? You won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that. I got hit again. Could you please quit your whining already? Filthy cowards. They let themselves be controlled by this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't of any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans tend to rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. For those young, inexperienced soldiers, anger was a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. Anger is the wine they used to paralyze their fear. It made them chant, "Damn the British, damn the Americans," as they swung their bamboo spears around and called it drilling. The more wine you drink, the more you need to drink to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me. What's that look on your face? Ushiromiya, you've lost your nerve down to your very soul. You're a fish. That's what you are. You've got the eyes of a dead fish. However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy. Is Ushimiya Kinzo here? The lieutenant's looking for you. Stand up. No slouching about. Double time. First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rokujima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would often reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. Whenever he was in a good mood and started spouting off stories of his life, they were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, and he taught him a lesson, or how everyone was scared of him and he got the special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was a badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this lieutenant who I couldn't respect in any way. He'd always hang around with the non-commissioned subordinates, so as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island has been suspended indefinitely, there's no longer any use for an engineer like me. But why did the lieutenant ask to see me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. Ushiromiya, I hear you're good with foreign languages. Is that true? I am proficient in both English and Chinese, sir. The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he had a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. Since he also felt uncomfortable about having a subordinate that was older than him, I wasn't exactly the type he'd be willing to confide in. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride. What about Italian? I don't speak that. So you won't be much help as an interpreter between me and an Italian person, would you? It would be possible if they could speak English as well. Ah, yes. Very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English? I have. Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors forgot about? His question made it clear that some guest had arrived on Rokujima who would need an interpreter. Good. Ushiromiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order. It's Beatrice. She speaks Italian? So base. That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. That pointless submarine dock in the cavern that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians were our allies. With a last name like that, I would hope she did. Yeah, true, right? However, this was the first time I'd seen anything from their military with my own eyes. What was the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? What's going on? It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, those who couldn't accept that surrender joined Mussolini and formed the RSI so that they could continue fighting. RSI? Italian Social Republic, known as the Salo Republic. You know your history. The ignorant often call the Italians cowards, saying they surrendered first of the Axis powers in 1943. That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of war until April 29th, 1945. And Berlin fell just 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had the possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan.
なくても
What is this
はるば
song?
る日本までやってきたこと自体が驚きです。
Trying to hear these lyrics. Sounds like they're saying stuff, but I can't really understand. It's too falsetto. Even if they did, it's a surprise that they'd come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan? To Rokkenjima? The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. I doubt anyone had imagined that a foreign submarine would come all the way out here. When we never even had one of our own submarines in the dock. All of the guards on Rokkenjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention to the submarine docked. Never seen the Italian military before. I heard a mine or some accident trashed their sub. From what I heard, it sounds like their ventilator broke down and the cabin got packed with chlorine gas. The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there. You mean like a code machine or blueprints for some new kind of engine? I couldn't care less what they're carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist. Have the gold in it? Hurry up, Ushumiya. How are you supposed to interpret from over there? Yes, sir. On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like that of a sailor. His song is Bore Ral, and just really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen this sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I'm not sure how long ago that accident happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Not only had the ventilators broken, but traveling about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan these days would be foolish in the extreme. It had been like a trip inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on something else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat. Ushumiya, ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of this island. Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English? The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted. Welcome to Japan. Are you the captain?
I cannot speak English.
I cannot speak English.
Please, wait.
Please wait. The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Ushumiya, what are they talking about? They've asked us to wait. They might be looking for someone who can speak English. In that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's. Oh.
私、英語わかるわ。
Riche. As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she was seemed like an angel descending upon us. Oh! Welcome to Japan. Is the captain there? The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left. My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you? We'd like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing. And we'd like a place to rest. We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English? The ones who did are all dead. I'm the only one left. Ushumiya, what's she talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who's that woman? Get translating already, goddammit. The lieutenant has been yelling like that for a while now. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from a submarine. And more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was. Oh no, her time is limited. Because of all that chlorine gas. No, but she made it a while, huh? Sir, it seems that she's the only one who understands English. He will act as their interpreter.
艦長は死亡
Their captain is
代
dead.
表者は
That officer seems to be acting in his
あ
place.
のうるさくあなたに
Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you?
まさかあなたの
Don't tell me he's your superior.
不幸なことに
Unfortunately, he is. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady all to myself. Oh, Kinzo.
東洋人にお
I didn't expect flattery from an Asian. Bro. Zero chill.
綺麗な笑顔
Your English is superb.
あなたは育ちが良さ
You know what? Italian racist definitely checks out. It's good. It's well researched. I imagine you've been brought up very
あ
well.
の怒鳴ってるミッド
1940s. Okay, Italian Beatrice. Beatrice Forma de Italy. Unlike that rude man who keeps on shouting, they should have made you the officer in charge around here.
おや
Love how much he blatantly ignores that he's a married man. Well, that doesn't count. He was dead when he got married. Oh? And I never expected flattery from a
もら
Westerner.
えると
あなたを面
You're
白
an
い
interesting man. What's your name?
後ろ宮
Ushiromiya Kinzo.
よろしければ
If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well?
ぜひ
ベアトリーチェ・カスティリオーニ
Oh, my heart. Beatrice Castiglione.
ようこそ
Welcome,
日
Beatrice.
本へ
Welcome to Japan. That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life.
ベアトリーチェとは
But Beatrice was an
な
Italian.
のですか
そうだ
Yes,
彼女は
she was the daughter of a high-ranking RSI official.
だった
Yeah, it would have been cool if they spoke in English for this.
どうやら
Apparently, their most important cargo was her father himself.
一番の
I feel like I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Yeah.
残念ながら
Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rokkenjima.
その高官がなぜ日本に
Why would a high official like that come to Japan?
スエズ運
You're
河
saying he went through the Suez Canal and crossed the Indian Ocean to come all the way here?
確かに
That's a good
同
point.
盟国として
If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer.
なぜわざわざ
So why would they make the long trip to Japan?
途方も
It
ない
may have been part of some grand, outrageous strategy. I don't know all the details, but shortly after, I learned that the submarine's mission was far from a minor one.
後に理解することとなる
They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further. Nothing but a massive lump of metal floating by the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside Mussolini himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all of the commissioned officers had died, their reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And our higher-ups were telling us to investigate, which meant that even they didn't know what it was like, or what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official that they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end. That's a relief. I always assumed the seas of Japan would smell like soy sauce.
お互い様
You gotta chill, Beatrice. What a coincidence. I've always thought Italians had hair made of pasta. Oh, okay, they're perfect for each
あ
other.
らそうよ
Of course we
ア
do.
ルデンテにし
You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture.
なら日本人
I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al nero?
よくご存知で
I see you've done your homework.
日本人は
In Japan, we use squid ink instead of shampoo.
イカスミを
金蔵はすごい
You really are amazing, Kinzo.
知っているのね
It seems you know
イタ
everything.
リアに来たこと
Have you ever been to Italy?
ありません
Never.
しかし
I've read a lot of books, though.
東洋人がイタ
An
リア
Asian man reading Italian books. Wow. What kind of books?
ニッコロ・マキャベッリ
Niccolo
ダ
Machiavelli?
ンテ・アリギエリ
Dante
だ
Alighieri?
からあなたが
So I know, of course,
永遠
that
の
you're
父
the
親
eternal
と
lady.
しています
Oh. Oh, she just got banned though in the ban list. Eternal Beatrice. Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm.
あなたはひょっとして
Does this mean you came from some Japanese noble family? Who knows?
あなたは他
You're
の
completely different from those other savage-looking Japanese soldiers. That's the funeral? Oh, so true. Beatrice got banned. We had to hold a funeral.
私には
I can tell. You must have come from a noble family.
宮家は日本の
Are the Ushimiyas some sort of Japanese aristocrats?
とんでもない
Of course
宝
not.
石で一
They
山
just managed to strike it rich in the spinning industry of recent generations.
私が勉強していた
I didn't study all that as part of some noble's hobby.
何をすることも
I just did it because I wasn't allowed to do anything except read,
本を読む
play
か
around with roses,
酒に溺れる
and get myself drunk.
やることがなかったからですよ
There had been no trace of malice in Beatrice's words. It had just been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look in Kinzo's face.
許して
Forgive me, Kinzo.
あなたのような高貴な人が
I didn't stop to consider why a high-class person like you would choose to take the position of a common soldier.
私の一族など
I don't give a damn about my family line.
死ねば
When I die,
後ろ宮
the name Ushiromiya will have no hold on me.
そしてそれこそ
Then I'll finally be free.
金蔵は
Do you join the army because you wanted to die?
そんなの
You
だ
mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad.
家族など
Family?
私には
I have no family.
誰も
I have a wife for the sake of public appearance, and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by those selfish, greedy elders. So, at least while I'm on this island, I can forget about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But I haven't spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet.
私
Excuse me, he said, but haven't I done all
苦
that?
しみは分か
I
ら
can't understand the pain you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you.
許して
Forgive me, Kinzo. Forgive me, Kinzo. Yes. Those words are probably what did it. All of the Japanese called me Ushiromiya. It reminded me that I was the property of the Ushiromiya family every time they talked to me. But she was different. She called me Kinzo, not Ushiromiya. So maybe, just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family.
金蔵
Kinzo. I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me.
ありがと
Thank you. Huh?
うあなたが私
Since you
を
always call me
金蔵と呼
Kinzo,
ばれるから
I finally feel like I'm my own man.
私はようやく
I think that I finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am.
私を見て
あ
Kinzo,
なたは
you may be a foreigner I met in a distant land,
心は
but I can tell that your heart is sensitive and beautiful.
私
If we had
たちは
grown up in the same neighborhood,
近所に住んでい
I'm
た
sure we would have become fast
で
friends.
も私も嬉しい
I'm
な
happy
あ
too.
なたは私
You
の
always
こと
call me
ベア
Beatrice,
カスティリオーニの
not the daughter of the Castiglione family. That's sweet. We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something that we could both
金
understand.
蔵は親しいも
Do you have
の
a nickname that people chose to use?
いえ
No.
普通に
They usually just called me Kinzo.
じゃあ
Well then, you should stop calling me
ベア
Beatrice.
トリーチェと呼ぶの親しい人間は私のことを
All my close friends used to call me Biche.
あなたもそうしてくれると嬉しいわ
That's a little close, don't you think? I'd like you to call me that too.
わかりました
Very well.
これからは親し
From
み
this point on,
ビーチェとお呼びを
allow me to call you Biche as a sign of our friendship.
ダメダメ
Ah, come on. Don't be all stiff like that. We're already friends, okay?
友人
A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face.
あの
No matter how many decades pass,
我が記
that
憶
smile will never fade from my memory.
はない
おじい様
But
は
by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self.
自分を
平たく言い
Oh, or as most people would put it, he cheated on his wife.
ウィルさんは
If you plan to continue being rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt.
われる癖をつけること
After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around it in pathetic agony.
おじい様にとって
So in your eyes, grandfather,
ベアトリーチェと
Rokonjima was always special because you first met Beatrice here. Indeed.
私
If
が
I had never come to this island, I would never have met her.
出会うこと
It truly is an island of miracles.
奇跡の島なのだ
その潜水
Is there anything left on that submarine base today?
ドリアンの近くに
Yes, it's still there. near Kuidorian.
外界からは見えぬ入り江の
It's in the shadows of a cove that can't be seen from the outside.
傷が
After all, fishermen never approach this supposedly ill-omened island.
私以
It's
外
unlikely that anyone besides me still knows of its existence.
ない
2-kilometer-long underground passage between Kuidorian and the mansion. A remnant? Is that passage a remnant of that base?
そうだ
That is correct.
鍾乳洞
There was some nonsense about fortifying several locations across the island and connecting them with tunnels carved out of limestone
島
caverns.
内各
I made use of that underground passage and built 2 mansions,
私はその
one at each end of the island.
島の両端に2つの
2つの屋敷
2 mansions, 2 families.
後ろ宮家の
The
屋敷
Ushumiya family mansion
後ろ宮家か
and
ら
the mansion for the Kinzo released from the shackles of that family.
そうだ
Correct.
私に
It was something I needed.
後ろ宮
Another place for me to escape from the cursed name of Ushumiya. Still, I do feel bad for you. It must be awful to have come all the way out here and unable to fulfill your mission.
パパの任務
I don't
は
really know what Papa's plan
ど
was.
こか遠く
He said we needed to run far away and hide it until the time
それを
came.
隠さなければならない
Oh, that's got to be the gold then, right?
それ
And what is it?
わからないわ
I don't know. It was something very
大
important,
切な日ま
and
で
he planned to hide it for many years until the right moment. Oh,
それと
and he
一緒に
planned to hide himself along with it.
私に
I know, because he apologized to me for sending us to live a long time on foreign soil.
アンジェロ少尉は
Didn't that second lieutenant of yours say that you had no cargo in
君
particular,
の父上が
and that you were transporting your father
少
instead?
尉は
Lieutenant Angelo doesn't trust you or the
私で
others.
さえ知っている
Even I know a few things he's kept hidden from you.
ひょっとすると少
He
尉
might even know what Papa's goal was, and what the cargo is.
それが何だったに
Whatever it is, that's a mission for the Italian
俺ら
military.
には関係
It has nothing to do with
む
us.
しろ
After all,
同盟国なんだ
we're
頼
allies.
ってくれればいい
We should be able to trust each other.
金蔵が良い人
I have no doubts that you're a good person, Kinzo.
少尉にも
I even told Lieutenant Angelo that you're a man we can trust, but
どうして男
why is it that men always get so rigid and uptight when they're in a strange land?
普段はみんな
Normally, they're all very bright and cheery people. Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension. Lieutenant Angelo has ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times. It's almost as though we're in an enemy territory. That was true. The Italians were clearly the opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers watching this began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all. Hey, newbie. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome, welcome. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play visual novels and fighting games on the channel. So if you like those, welcome in. We are currently reading Umineko, When They Cry. Episode 7 of 8. So we are deep into this visual novel series. If you don't want to avoid spoilers, now is your time to go take care of your post-stream care and stuff. But I do appreciate the raid. Anyways, if you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. There will be spoilers abound. Hope your stream was good, Doobie. Thank you for sending your folks over my way.
軍人ならおかし
That's
い
normal for a soldier. This is precisely the time for them to straighten up their guard, so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army.
見せたくないんじゃないか
They have a person stand watch every time they sleep, and they're still keeping a lookout to make sure none of you approach the submarine, even though it's nothing more than an unusable scrap heap now.
私はなんだか
It almost feels as though they're clearly prejudiced against the Japanese, and that bothers me.
気持ちが悪い
True, they have set up a constant sentry by the submarine, and have refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't been made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason.
慣れない生活
They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way that they aren't used to.
天候とお金
The boat that's supposed to take you back to the mainland still is being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain.
君たちをいつ
Just how long will it take before they can send you there?
ってあげられるやら
We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland. But apparently, thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, they had no ships they could spare on a forgotten island like this. There had been many political issues as well. After all, the Italians' homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they'd been stuck on Rokkenjima for 2 whole weeks, and that no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rokkenjima. There's nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rokkenjima was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden.
仕方がな
Well,
いし
there's nothing we can do about it.
それも悪くないわ
And it isn't all that bad, really.
だって
After all,
船が来て
if
し
a
まっ
boat
たら
did come for us, I'd probably never see you again, Kinzo. True.
確かに。
To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of that pair of weeks. I realized that she'd have to leave this place eventually. And yet, the single moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then, I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian.
アンジェロ少尉だよ。
It's Lieutenant Angelo.
君に用事
Looks like he wants you for something.
またおこごと
Probably to scold me. These days, he keeps yapping on about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers. The second lieutenant approached, saluting Kinzo. Then, after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious.
少尉は
Lieutenant Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk to your commanding officer.
協力を求め
He
て
wants your help with something.
何のことかわか
I
ら
don't
な
know
い
what.
重要な話。
Something important.
わかった。
Got it.
山本注意を
I'll go find Yamamoto. Lieutenant Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this had to be something very serious. That's it. Lift it up. The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold.
なるほど。
Now I get
イ
it.
タリア人
So
ども
this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub.
たがらないわけ
The first lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up, all of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles.
なんてこと
Unbelievable. So this is what Papa brought all this way.
運んで
Incredible.
すごい。
I've never seen anything like this.
生まれて初めて見た。
Yep. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. The gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies. Or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy? A conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at that moment. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and it was apparently continuing to take on water bit by bit. Rokonshima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, though we could unload the sub, there was no way we'd be able to lift it up again once it had filled with water and sunk to the bottom. Now that transporting the gold away had clearly become an impossible goal, they had apparently decided on unloading it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason behind all this gold. They just asked us to help them take it out.
なぜこんな大量の黄金を国外へ。
Why would they take so much gold out of the country?
これだけあれば。
Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth?
戦局を変える
Weapons change the course of war, but after the war, they aren't useful for anything.
確かに
Money can also change the course, but it remains just as valuable after the war.
変わらないわ
There's no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers will probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell that simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky, day after day. However, gold does not lose its value after war. Everyone stared upward, dumbfounded, as the winch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. Wow. That's a good place to end. Makes sense that it would be military gold, right? Who could amass that much gold besides like a military? Or like I should say like an entire nation, right? Submarine ending. Submarine percent.
注意。
Cool. All right. Wow, good start to Chapter 7. Episode 7 is going to be interesting, huh? We're going to get a lot of this backstory. We're probably going to be able to figure some stuff out. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me today. I hope you had fun. It was definitely a big fun read today, so thank you so much. Yeah, y'all have a good night. Let's read somebody. Yeah, it was a super fun stream. I like the communal reading. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, that was powerful. There's still a lot to this, though, and the timelines have to line up. But it's looking like that might have been Kinzo's kid in Kuidorian. And it's sounding like he couldn't get past that and may have illicitly had sexual relations with her as well, and maybe had a kid from that. If I had to think of a kid, and there's no disrespect, if I had to think of a kid who might have been born of inbreeding, Maria is a really likely candidate. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Maria is actually the child of Kinzo and Beatrice. Yeah, I'm loving it. So we're gonna see where this takes us. Next stream is on Sunday. Because I'm out of town until then. I'm gonna be at a Grand Archive Regional. So definitely check it out on Sunday. Probably like evening time. Good luck with regionals. Thank you. Mostly going just for vibes. But yeah, should be fun. Crazy thing to call Maria the most likely result of inbreeding, but you're not wrong. I tell no lies. I tell no lies. Alright. I'm gonna read Brave Okami. Playing some Pokemon Unite. Old friend. Hope he's doing well. Say hi for me. And I will catch you all Sunday. Bye-bye.